What a great, excellent group of people we have here today. I'm glad you could all come. This is our 32nd Born Symposium. As you know, we're 52, 53, or 54 years old, depending on which date you used to start us. So we have an amazing legacy in the Institute of transformational contributions to science in many different ways, globally, bringing many of them home and doing many of them at home in Maine. We've also, I think over the 52 plus years, provided some amazing opportunities for students, which we continue to do on a regular basis. We're very proud of all of the students who are involved in the Institute and have been involved in the Institute. And this really is the big event of the year for the students, in which we get to become educated about what you do, learn more about it, and ideally begin to work together even more than we have been already. We are the oldest interdisciplinary unit in the University of Maine, probably one of the oldest in the world. A lot of people talk about interdisciplinary, but we've actually done it. It was woven into our initial structure by Hal Barnes. Harold W. Barnes Jr. In fact, there's his office right in there, his memorial office, and he put this institute together on the basis of it being interdisciplinary. How interdisciplinary it is, it's changed dramatically. We have more and more things, in particular the addition of several different social sciences. We're particularly proud of the students because of all of the things that you've done. You've been first author and co-author on many, many important publications. You've spent tons of time in the field, in the laboratory, planning, working with us. I always like to think of graduate students as being junior colleagues. And many of the ways that hopefully you've learned are really through working together, through an apprenticeship approach, not just courses, but apprenticeship approach. So, as I mentioned, the Institute has made major contributions to science, largely about past and present science. And of course, our big goal now is to understand better what will happen in the future and what the impacts of climate change will be in the future. I still firmly believe that climate change is the #1 security issue of the 21st century. There's no doubt about it. It can't be escaped. And the more we know about it, the better we plan, the better off we'll be. Climate change will continue to evolve. Our institute has tried over its entire existence to evolve along with the field. It started basically by just even understanding that the climate changed. And now, of course, it intersects with so many other disciplines. I like to remind people that no matter what you do now, no matter what you do in the future, you are in one way or another impacted by climate change. We are buffered in the way that we live right now. We can adjust our temperature. We can choose not to go outside if it's raining or storming, but it doesn't really matter. All of the other things, storms, the food that we eat, access to places, the way we interact, what we pay for energy, all of these things have a tremendous amount to do with climate change. So thank you for everything that you have done. I'm talking in particular to the students, but obviously to the faculty and staff. We're very proud of what you have done as a community of students, what you will do in the future. I believe that there will be tons of opportunities in the future for climate change. Things are different now, perhaps with the federal funding agencies, maybe not as much as we feared might be, but nevertheless, they will be different. There are plenty of other opportunities out there, working in collaboration with industry, in collaboration with NGOs, in collaboration with partners all over the world. I just came back from spending quite a bit of time in Europe. There are tons of opportunities for not necessarily going to Europe and working there, but working with partners in Europe. We have skills, we have labs, we have all sorts of facilities that don't necessarily exist in other places. So now we have an even greater opportunity and a drive to collaborate. And I, for one, as I'm hoping the rest of you are, look forward to hearing an awful lot about what you have all been doing for the last year, what you'll do this summer. And getting to spend some time together. So thank you. I'll turn it over to our first host.
Well, hello everyone. I'm very honored to start off the first session. Welcome to the 32nd Borns. And I'm just gonna hand it over to Eric. He will be presenting on his investigation with squirrels. Give me a second to. Okay.
Give me a useful transition. We'll talk a little bit about thermoregulation and range expansion and all that good stuff. I'm sure, I guess I'll just start into it. Sure, some of you have seen flying squirrels around here. We've got two species. We're focused mostly on the smaller of the two species in this region, the southern flying squirrel. Maybe cool.
I don't know if it's sharing though.
Screen share to
The Zoom.
and is the recording on?
Recording's on.
The screen sharing first.
Zoom. Technically, we still have 2 minutes, so this is totally
Yes.
cool.
We did.
There we go, yeah. And then,
It should have been sharing.
Just do desktop and it'll share when you do full screen.
Okay, so it was sharing.
You have to share at the bottom.
Okay.
and then pull up the
We've been running some.
other points.
Right on top.
There we go.
Right.
All right.
You want to move all that stuff out.
Yeah. We'll do that.
Eric, if you click on, there you go, got it.
Okay. Well, that'll be high.
I think it's just, yeah.
Cool. All right. All set.
Eric.
Cool. Yeah, so I just want to share some research that's been ongoing for a number of years in our lab, the Loback lab. And one of very few mammal talks you'll see today, so savor it. We're interested in this concept of thermal windows, so regions of the body that are primarily used for heat exchange with the environment. And y'all may have seen some of these guys around. We'll get into why maybe you haven't. If you've gone camping, have an old wooden house, then you probably have been bothered by these guys nesting in your attic. They're pretty small, maybe like yay big, and then the northern flying squirrels are about double that size. And they are pretty much everywhere in the eastern United States and parts of southern Canada down through Central America. And since there's aspects of since the last glacial maximum of range expansion, and certainly aspects of human-induced climate change are exacerbating their expansion northward, which is pushing northern flying squirrels further northward. The small guys, it seems always to be the case, are like always the most tenacious and ferocious, and always beat out their larger cousins. And throughout this range, they encounter a number of different thermal environments, and so they have to maintain an energy balance when faced with high heat, cool temperatures, high winds, and interfacing with a number of substrates. And for the southern flying squirrel in Maine, former master's student Vanessa Hensley was looking at, the energetics over the warmer months. And we can see here the dark lines at the top of this graph indicate the body temperature of the flying squirrel over a time series. And then the gray line indicates ambient temperatures. And what we see is that in the gray columns, that indicates nighttime, where the body temperature of the flying squirrel peaks. And then during the daytime, in the white columns, ambient temperature peaks. So the body temperature of these squirrels is out of phase with the diel temperature because they are nocturnal, which is why you may not have seen one, but they are all around you. And sometimes, although quite rarely, at least in what we've seen, they dip down below a temperature that we consider they might be employing torpor. So one of the strategies for dealing with cool temperatures or harsh conditions is to actively suppress your metabolism to save energy. And, we've seen a couple instances where that might be the case here. And, that kind of mirrors this biphasic temperature phenomenon, where during the day, when they're at rest, they have a rather cool body temperature that, is much more, much closer to what we would expect the ambient temperatures to be, while at night, while they're active, they have elevated body temperatures. And, part of the strategy of dealing with variable thermal environments is to engage in heterothermy, whether it be hibernation, deep or light torpor, or just flexible body temperature without active metabolic suppression. And here you can see there are a very large diversity of mammals that are known to engage in heterothermy in various forms. And of course, these are species for which we've actually looked for it, and we imagine that it probably exists in a lot of other species as well that we have not yet investigated. And so we're quite interested, throughout the range, to be a flying squirrel, it necessitates having this giant flap of skin that allows you to glide from tree to tree. And when you're active at night, especially, in a place like Maine, where during the winter, even during the summer, nighttime can be quite cool, you would imagine that that's a great opportunity for heat to be lost to the environment. Especially when you're a small animal, you have a much greater surface area than you do volume of your body. And so the potential to lose energy to the environment is quite high. So we imagine that this is, a constraint for them, and imagine it would create quite an issue. And so we went into the Demerit Forest and have for the past several years to catch flying squirrels, which, for those of you who had a cabin or stayed at a cabin, you'd think they're everywhere, but they are quite difficult to get. And so we capture them, we take measurements just for posterity, and we give them a transponder below the skin, right between their scapula, just so that we can identify them and measure body temperature during our trials. And because they are just like a squirrel inside a sack of skin, sometimes that transponder just travels throughout the body, and oftentimes it is not where we placed it originally. And so our primary method here is we're interested in looking behaviorally, can we see on the surface where the heat is going from the animal? And so we're using a method called thermography, just thermal imaging, and we place a squirrel inside this very fancy chamber that we've constructed out of a waste bin that has a temperature controller attached to it, and we can manipulate the temperature of the chamber across a range of expected ambient temperatures. And then through the hole in the top, we just stick the thermal camera in. We can observe during the trial. And typically we run these trials for like up to 4 hours or so, and we take images every 5 or 10 minutes. And so in the chamber, they're kind of just getting comfortable as we manipulate the temperature, and we're just trying to see what they're up to. And with this software, we're able to measure both the surface area of the squirrel and measure for specific regions of the body what kind of heat is being emitted from that region. just to see if there are certain regions of the body that are more important for heat dissipation than others. And, as expected, overall, as temperature gets higher, they increase their surface area so they can better let off heat, as you would do in the middle of summer at night. You just kind of sprawl out like this in your bed. If you don't have a fan or air conditioning, which, I imagine most of us do not in Maine. So this is unsurprising, but, we would expect that the surface area would increase because they're employing their potassium, which would allow them to let off more heat. But we observe that at least our individuals, don't necessarily do that. They do spread out, increase their surface area, but they don't seem to be making use of their giant extra expansive skin. And so, this just demonstrates correlation between ambient temperature and the surface temperature of these various body regions. There was no significant relationship between most of the regions, meaning that, most regions of the body don't necessarily constitute what we would call a thermal window. Although the pause, and I will go back to this picture, during, our measurement periods, which is early fall, the pause do seem to be thermal windows. And we see, and at this period of time, they've got naked paws, which seem to help them let off heat. And just, a personal note that during the winter, they have fur that covers their paws. We would assume that that helps them retain that heat. And so, our conclusions right now are that probably thermal windows aren't necessarily so important for flying squirrels here at this part of the range, northern margin of the range. Although in the past it has been demonstrated that possibly, some of the vasculature and the potassium can be important for letting off heat. And we're looking to do some more trials to take it a little bit slower and give them more time at these higher temperatures to see if they do actually take advantage when they're not being shocked with jumps in temperature. And also the flying squirrel across its range, especially in the United States, has variation in its social dynamics, and in colder latitudes, they tend to have larger social nesting behaviors than they do in warmer areas like Florida or Virginia. And we think probably social behaviors are more important for thermoregulation than, these morphological features. And with that, just want to thank my lab for their help. Shout out to USDA for funding, and just want to point folks to rally the grad worker union is hosting next week. This is important for all of us to stick together when our funding is under attack. Freedom of expression, freedom of speech, and the dissemination of science. I invite you all to come out and support that as we stand together. Thank you very much.
All right, we have ample time for questions.
Behind you, and then, yeah.
How similar is a flying squirrel in a trash can?
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, no, this is, always our results are with the caveat that we have it in a garbage bin, but we try to, we don't immediately take them from the woods into the garbage bin, immediately start trials. We give them a couple hours to kind of settle down. We feed them. There's, I don't know if the images show, but got little apple slices in there, so they're at least calm down to the degree that they're not spazzing out. But yeah, but ultimately they're still in a garbage bin. So ideally we'd also be able to walk around in the woods and take thermal images, but they're very difficult to find. Yeah. And then sure.
So response might be different if they have been given more space.
Sure.
You can't really fly around that constraint.
Yeah, yeah. I think given more resources, it'd be cool to do something like this with a wind tunnel. And yeah, we really, if anybody knows anyone who can like make like plexiglass type containers, we'd love to talk. I mean, there's a lot we'd be able to do with that imagery wise and just for regular like metabolism measurements, make things a lot easier for us. But yeah, doing what we can with what we got.
Right.
You know?
And now we will hear from Trisha Hall. Okay, up,
That's me.
and her work in Norway.
Thank you. Afternoon, everybody. So I'm going to walk you through a component of my dissertation where I'm looking specifically at the termination of the last ice age and a rather unique part of that termination. So partway through this rapid warming, there was an abrupt cold reversal. And the mechanisms for that are so far unexplained. And most of the data confirming that is from the Southern Hemisphere. So my work here in Norway is really getting at, is there a signal for it here in the Northern Hemisphere? And to do that, I'm building a glacial chronology using beryllium-10 exposure dating to really look at the termination warming prior to that cold reversal, and then looking at that cold reversal specifically. So this cold reversal that's well documented in the Southern Hemisphere, that comes from Antarctic ice cores, as well as other glacial moraine chronologies. And this period, the reversal spanned 14,600 to 12,780 years ago. And some earlier work within the Lisa Fjord region of Norway pointed to these glacial features likely corresponding to that reversal time period. So that's why I went back. The S-mark moraine, which you can see that ridge in the photo down there, was dated 12,770 years ago. So right at the tail end of that cold reversal. So that's pointing to the Scandinavian ice sheet actually re-advancing during that time such that it could build moraines. I'm building on that work by furthering that chronology. The S-mark moraine is a part of the broader late glacial Scandinavian ice sheet position. So you can see it, if I had like a meter stick, I would point. But it's down, I'm going to trip, that's okay. So it's located right here, and then this is Lisa Fjord proper. And it's actually a part of this broader ice front. You can see it drapes up onto this highland plateau. I'll be talking about that quite a bit for the rest of this presentation. Okay, so the S-mark moraine is just up on the right there for context. And this highland plateau that you can see is really nice ice molded bedrock. I was walking around that quite a bit, and up at the northern end is a moraine complex that I'll be focusing on. Let me see if I can make this go again. There we go. So I collected erratic boulders from bedrock knobs outboard of this plateau, as well as all along the plateau surface, perched on the bedrock. And then the moraine complex at the northern end is going to be indicative of ice readvance and stabilization. So focusing in on this plateau a bit more, you can see again the S-mark moraine down in the lower corner there. And that moraine complex draped on that northern end of the plateau. And you can see remnants of moraine also coming down toward the mouth of the fjord, that nice ridge down there. So this is a really continuous ice front that we're looking at. The moraine complex, well preserved. You can see an example of what that looks like in the photo there, with large boulders along the crest, ideal for my method. Before we dig into the actual results, I'm nearing completion on this chronology. The geomorphology can tell us quite a bit already. So that ice molded bedrock and the erratics that are perched on it, that's indicative of rapid ice retreat. Whereas the more stable condition required to build these moraines is actually demonstrated in their morphology. So the ice was flowing from the north in this map. And the youngest moraine, so that most prominent ridge, and it's in the top photo there, you can see it's actually truncating older moraines. So that's indicating that it's overriding those older deposits. So this is a robust ice front that's capable of actually advancing, perhaps retreating a little bit and fluctuating. But you are seeing something that's not just disintegrating and retreating, but actually capable of overriding deposits. The smaller moraines, outboard of that youngest moraine, it's actually a pretty boggy setting. I stepped in the bog all the time. My boots will never be the same, but they're still quite prominent and mappable. And a couple of examples of those are the lower two photographs there. So I was collecting samples from boulders on the crests of all of the moraines within that complex, as well as outboard of that cluster of dots there is actually from my rock moraine. So this is a cluster of boulders with no matrix, and then erratic boulders perched directly on that molded bedrock. So just looking at average ages for these features, looking at the moraine complex first. So again, that cold reversal was happening 14,600 to 12,780 years ago. You can see I have ages spanning that entire interval. To build moraines, you need cold conditions and a healthy ice front. So we're seeing moraine deposition throughout that time period, with the oldest moraine dating to about 14,650 and the youngest to about 12,800, with several pulses in between. Outboard of that rock moraine is dated to about 15,100, and the erratic boulders are dated to 16,400. So you were seeing rapid retreat at 16,400 and 15,100, and then at some point that ice front re-advanced to deposit this moraine complex. So we got lucky up on the plateau in that the ice had room to spread out, preserving these older moraines to see that structure of the cold reversal. But that youngest moraine correlates really well with the S-mark moraine age just adjacent to the plateau. That S-mark, the older deposits are probably under there, but because it's such a tight valley, they just got covered up. So not only does this moraine complex seem to look good relative to adjacent features already dated, but these same age populations are showing up in the southern hemisphere as well. And I've thrown up just a quick example from the Southern Alps of New Zealand. You'll see very similar ages from this set of moraines. So there's a 12,700 in there. There's something very close to 14,100. So these ages are showing up elsewhere in the Southern Hemisphere. So putting this in the global context, I've plotted my moraine ages, the averages in the pink circles there. You'll see this is falling all within that cold reversal. So as defined by the Southern Hemisphere, that's the Antarctic cold reversal. And this is happening at the same time that the bottom curve there, ocean temperatures are declining. The red curve, Antarctic temperatures are declining. So already with that picture, it looks like we're seeing global cooling. Now, yes, Greenland's doing something a bit wonky, but what that might be is sourced from a couple of things. One being ice cores are interpreted to be a mean annual temperature. So we have that component, but it also might be a part of the regional response to warming. So during Heinrich Stadial 1, prior to the ACR, you're seeing warming Antarctic temperatures. So during that warming period, you're getting a lot of meltwater from those northern hemisphere ice sheets into the North Atlantic. That fresh water makes it easy to form sea ice in the wintertime, and so that extensive sea ice might have actually capped the North Atlantic, inhibiting the flux of heat that normally would have made things more mild in the wintertime. So that Greenland signal during the periods prior to and following the ACR might be heavily influenced by incredibly cold winters, swamping out that otherwise average annual signal. And to think about that further, during the ACR itself, you'll see a relative warming in Greenland, but then it looks a whole lot like Antarctica, when that sea ice feedback might not have been as severe, so making those curves look a lot more similar. So what this means is that cold reversal that has been largely documented in the southern hemisphere does seem to be present in the northern hemisphere because I'm seeing moraine construction during that time. And any explanation for the weirdness of the Greenland curve relative to Antarctica has to account for the global nature of this cold reversal. Then any mechanism for the ACR has to account for that global signature as well. And in case you missed it on Eric's, I have the RSVP code up here. Feel free to take advantage for next week's rally. But I'm happy to take any questions back on the science part if I can.
Questions? Ample time.
He said that the signal before and after the ACR from Greenland might be due to just sea ice capping in really extreme cold winters. Why wouldn't we expect to see that same thing in Antarctica where there's just sea around it?
So in Antarctica, you also have different currents too, and I'm going to ask Kat for help on that, being not the oceanographer in the room. But I would assume currents kind of constrain what the sea ice formation looks like. But I think the unique thing about the North Atlantic is just how many ice sheets were feeding into that freshwater flux. So not just Laurentide, but also the Scandinavian ice sheet.
You made a good case for the advance and maybe standstill around a point of the ice. Is it possible to separate temperature from precipitation in Norway? There's so much precipitation there and so much snow that I've always wondered whether, you know, big changes in snowfall might lead to advances that aren't necessarily thermal.
So while yes, it is downwinds of the North Atlantic, so it's getting a lot of moisture. It's largely well documented that glaciers are going to be responding more to that atmospheric temperature signal. And even if you increase precipitation, there's a mass balance that has to be maintained. And so that glacier can actually start to flow faster to make up for that. And so it is still largely controlled by that atmospheric temperature signal. Yeah, I don't have anything to tease it apart here, but just thinking about comparable regimes in New Zealand, especially, that's been what we see.
Great talk, Krishna. And now I'm gonna hand it off to Avery Lamb. She's gonna tell us about pigments in Maine.
All right, how about another left turn when it comes to research topics? All right, today I'd like to walk you through some preliminary analysis of one of my dissertation chapters that's looking at using paleo approaches to disentangle the long-term nutrient and climate drivers of harmful cyanobacterial blooms. Now, at this point, it's pretty well established through both paleolimnological studies, contemporary limnological studies, and modeling that cyanobacterial harmful blooms are and will be increasing as we move forward in time. However, the degree to which nutrients, temperature, and nutrient-temperature interactions can affect cyanobacterial abundance can be dependent on scale, taxon, trophic state, and seasonal dynamics. Now, few studies consider these environmental factors, and even fewer consider these environmental factors in concert. So a big portion of my dissertation is to look at how all of these different environmental factors and ways of looking at cyanobacterial analysis interact to get a better, more accurate picture of how cyanobacterial abundance is changing over time. So for me, that means looking at both spatial and temporal increasing resolution, looking at finer taxonomic resolution, including the range of trophic states, and looking at more unique climate metrics. So the research questions I really want to focus on today are: one, are the impacts of long-term seasonal temperature changes on cyanobacterial abundance influenced by differences in lake nutrient regime? And two, are all cyanobacteria climate winners, in this case, in Maine lakes? So to do this, I'm leveraging sediment cores to maximize both spatial and temporal scales. So we have selected 12 lakes in Maine, 9 of which I am presenting preliminary data on today that vary in both lake nutrient regime and rate of seasonal warming. You can see here on the map on the left that the lakes span all 3 of the NOAA climate zones, northern, central, and coastal. And even though we won't be using these coastal zones as a metric of temperature change, we will be using them as an organizational tool. So just keep that in mind as we move forward. These sediment cores were collected from a central basin in the middle of the lake by a gravity core and sectioned at 1/4 centimeter intervals for decadal resolution. And my studies focus primarily on photosynthetic pigments and sediment DNA, although I will be presenting pigments today. I do want to note as we move forward that a lot of the power and the excitement of this research comes from using paleolimnology in a very targeted experimental design. So I just want you to keep that in mind as we move forward. So like I mentioned, as a reminder, photosynthetic pigments are the chemical compounds that primary producers use to photosynthesize. And in paleolimnology, we use these photosynthetic pigments as indicative or proxies of specific types of algae. So today we're going to be looking at chlorophyll A, which is indicative of general primary productivity, and 2 cyanobacterial pigments that we identified in our main lakes, canthaxanthin and zeaxanthin. Now, I mentioned a moment ago that we're using nutrient regimes, and so I sort of want to define what we mean by that. In this case, we're using 2 different metrics to classify how nutrients are delivered and are present in these lakes. First of all is a contemporary metric, so we're using just trophic state, oligotrophic, mesotrophic, and eutrophic from more recent monitoring efforts in the state of Maine. And secondarily, we're using this long-term metric, whether presumpscot formation is present or absent in the watershed of these lakes as an indicator of long-term nutrient deliveries into these lakes. So at the end of the last glaciation, Maine experienced this brief period of marine flooding in which phosphorus-rich apatite was delivered into parts of the Maine coast. You can see here in pink. These high phosphorus chemical compounds, as soils are developed on this presumpscot formation, can be eroded and delivered into these lakes, sort of a high phosphorus press over long periods of time in these lakes. So we're using this as an indicator of long-term, more natural eutrophication, as opposed to our mesotrophic and eutrophic lakes that do not have presumpscot formation in their watersheds. We're using as an indicator of more recent anthropogenically connected eutrophication. Now, on the other hand, we also wanted to look at something a little bit more specific than just annual warming. So here we're looking at winter minimum temperatures and summer maximum temperatures. Not only are we using average temperatures for each of these lakes from a period of 1895 to 2025, but we're also using the slope of the linear regression line of this temperature anomaly to characterize the rate of change in each of these, or around each of these lakes. Just to give you a peek at what this looks like, here we have summer temperature maximum anomaly on the top and winter minimum temperature anomaly on the bottom. On the top, you can see you actually have some separation of those blue-green lines from everything else. Interestingly, those are the 3 lakes in the northern region of Maine. On the bottom, with our winter minimum temperature slope, you can see that the rate of change is generally the same. However, it's really interesting to note that the anomaly in winter is 3 times that than the anomaly in summer. All right, so that was a lot of setup and a lot of experimental design. So now I actually want to sort of get a better picture of how cyanobacteria are changing over time in Maine lakes. So in a moment, I'm going to put up the rest of this figure that is a grid of 3 by 3, so 9 total pigment profiles in these lakes. Here is an example here on the left. On the y-axis, you'll see depth, not year or date, for those of you that are interested. We don't actually have dating records for all of our sediment cores yet. However, for context, I've placed a blue line approximately 1900 for the lakes we do have dating records for. In the figure on the right, when I populate that in a minute, you'll see that nutrients are generally increasing from left to right, and the rate of annual warming is generally increasing from top to bottom. Last thing, everything in the orange box are the lakes that are on that presumpscot formation. So they have that long-term phosphorus press. All right, so let's look at chlorophyll A. As a reminder, this is our proxy of primary productivity. And you can see that generally, chlorophyll A is increasing over time in all of our sediment cores. However, we have to interpret this with caution because chlorophyll A is one of our less stable pigments in the sediment matrix. So to get a little bit more of an accurate picture of what cyanobacteria are doing, here are pigment profiles for canthaxanthin. This was the most ubiquitous pigment that we had in our main lakes. And you can see that in all of our eutrophic lakes and in the 4 lakes within the Presumpscot Formation, that canthaxanthin or our cyanobacteria are generally increasing over time. Similarly, in another frame, looking at zeaxanthin, another cyanobacterial pigment, also indicative of cyanobacteria, however, less ubiquitous in these cores, we can see that 3 of our cores in the Presumpscot Formation are increasing over time. However, we don't have zeaxanthin in 4 of these 9 cores. So the thing that I want you to take away from this moving forward is that it's interesting that even though we have 2 proxies of cyanobacteria here, they are neither increasing ubiquitously or synchronously. All right, so for the rest of this presentation, we're really going to camp out with this factorial analysis of mixed data ordination plot. This is when we're going to start to tease apart these temperature nutrient dynamics. So I know it's busy, but I'm going to try to step you through it piece by piece. So first, I want to call your attention to where our pigments are ordinating here. First, zeaxanthin is ordinating with this group of lakes that you see to the left, and canthaxanthin is sort of ordinating towards the top, not really associated with any group of lakes. However, the most interesting thing here is that not only do canthaxanthin and zeaxanthin not ordinate together, but they're ordinating at almost a 90-degree angle, indicating that there's little to no correlation between these 2 cyanobacterial pigments. All right, so when we look at metrics for our nutrient regime, do we see any trends that pop out? Well, 1, we don't see any obvious grouping or separation between our trophic states. However, we do see significant separation between our Presumpscot Formation lakes. So everything on the left are the lakes that are present Presumpscot Formation, and everything on the right are absent. So let's zoom in a little bit more on that. You can see that these 3 lakes on the right are actually all of our northern lakes, and they are particularly ordinating with our summer maximum temperature metrics, showing us that in the absence of long-term phosphorus inputs, regardless of contemporary trophic status, lakes in the northern region of Maine are more sensitive to increases in summer maximum temperatures. Now, if you remember the figure I showed before, it makes a little bit of sense that northern lakes are experiencing higher rates of change in summer maximum and a larger relative increase of temperature. And we know that cyanobacteria do thrive in warmer summer conditions, both directly and indirectly, indicating that even though cyanobacteria are not dominating these systems, that the conditions that favor them are becoming stronger and more frequent. On the other side of things, we have our Presumpscot Formation lakes that are associated with our winter minimum. And we know that changes in winter minimum can have direct impacts on conditions during the winter, so reducing our ice quality that can have implications for our primary productivity under ice, but also in this spring-winter shoulder season, where we can get earlier ice out and earlier and longer spring mixing that can have seasonal cascading effects that can affect cyanobacteria as the seasons progress. So tying it all back in, are the impacts of long-term seasonal temperature influenced by differences in lake nutrient regime? Yes, we are seeing the sensitivity of Maine cyanobacterial abundance that are mediated by long-term nutrient regimes and not necessarily contemporary trophic status. And on the other side of things, are all cyanobacteria climate winners? It seems to be no, that we have changes in pigments that are experiencing different rates of increases. So if not everybody, then who? Well, we're actually expanding that part of the analysis using taxonomic methods. So excited to tie it all back in and hopefully next year have a lot more of a complete picture. So with that, thank you, everybody.
Okay, we have time for questions.
That was a really great presentation. Thank you. I was wondering what proportion of your chlorophyll A do you think could be coming from terrestrial vegetation? If that could be, which could also be responding to like burn season length, and if that could be influencing your results at all.
I don't have an indication of how much that chlorophyll is coming from the terrestrial environment. I could do things like carbon nitrogen ratios to get a better idea. This is allochthonous or autochthonous derived organic matter, but I don't have those measurements for these. That's part of the reason that I won't be leaning as heavily on chlorophyll A. It's a good indicator to try to get a holistic picture of what's happening, but maybe not making concrete interpretations of what's going on.
Quick question.
Thank you.
All right. And now, Sam will share with us.
I think it's me, Miles.
What is it?
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that.
I mean, I'm happy to sit back down, take a break.
Okay, then we will hear from Mariana and work in Katahdin.
Thanks. All right, hi everyone. This title is a little different than the one that might be in your schedule for today. I decided to throw in some other things, so that will be part of today's talk, but there are some other things as well. Also, I'm thinking of this as kind of like an appetizer, and the main course will be this Friday at 3 o'clock in this room and is my defense. So this is just a quick kind of run through of some of the work that I've been doing here in Baxter State Park. So first off, to kind of set the stage, many of you have seen something that looks like this. This is the Laurentide ice sheet at the end of the last ice age. And here you can see it's covering all of Maine. This is a close-up of that, looking at what was going on in Maine during that time. So all of the white, yellow areas where the ice sheet was, that extended down into the Gulf of Maine to that blue dashed line at the very bottom. And as temperatures started to warm up at the end of the last ice age, ice not only retreated from down in the Gulf of Maine back towards the current coastline, it also retreated from the St. Lawrence River Valley up to the north. And so eventually that isolated local ice caps in New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and here in Maine. And conveniently, Mount Katahdin is located where one of those ice caps would have been. So why do I care about the end of the last ice age and little local ice caps? So during the end of the last ice age, temperatures didn't just gradually warm up in one smooth warming. There were lots of fluctuations that went back and forth, and some of these, like Heinrich Stadia 1 or HS1 on the top panel of this graph, and the subsequent late glacial, have conflicting records. So the very top panel of this is the Greenland ice core with the blue squiggles, and that shows colder temperatures during Heinrich Stadia 1. But overlain on top of that, the red squiggle, is the North Atlantic ice rafted debris stack. And that shows an increase in meltwater coming into the North Atlantic during that time. And while this has been attributed to changes in ice sheet dynamics, could it have actually been warming temperatures that caused all this meltwater to enter the North Atlantic? The panels below this, the second panel shows a temperature record, a sea temperature record in the top blue line that shows warming temperatures during Heinrich Stadia 1. The red line below that in the second panel is percent carbonate, which also shows an increase in meltwater. And then the very bottom panel of this is also a meltwater record, but this one's from the European ice sheet. And it shows an increase in meltwater during Heinrich Stadia 1 as well. So why do these proxy records of the end of the last ice age conflict? Why do the Greenland ice cores show colder temperatures during Heinrich Stadia 1 and the meltwater records show potential warming? That is the big question. So one possible explanation for this is that during the termination and during these abrupt climate events, the North Atlantic region experienced extreme seasonality. So this is a conceptual model of what that could have looked like. On the left-hand side is a conceptual difference in temperature between, say, a Heinrich event and today. The summers could have been pretty warm, pretty similar to today's temperatures, but the winters could have been really very, very cold. And so therefore, the mean annual temperatures would have shown pretty cool temperatures, but the majority of that warming happened only in the wintertime. In 2005, Denton et al. Proposed that this has caused a lot of confusion when we're comparing proxy records in the North Atlantic region, if the proxy records are weighted towards different seasons. So as Tricia mentioned before, the Greenland ice core records are more weighted towards mean annual and winter temperatures because that's when a lot of the precipitation falls on the ice sheet, whereas glacier extent is more weighted towards summer temperatures because the amount of summer ablation has a greater control on glacier extent than the amount of accumulation. So why Katahdin? Well, during the last ice age, Katahdin was most likely covered by ice around 20,000 years ago. But by about 13,000 years ago, that ice had fully retreated from the area. Therefore, the glacial deposits on the mountain and the lowlands below it record about a 7,000-year time slice of the end of the last ice age. So by dating boulders along the sides of the mountain and in the lowlands, I can figure out when the ice sheet was fluctuating and how quickly it thinned. So this is what Katahdin would have looked like probably around 16,000 years ago. There's still an ongoing debate as to if there were actually glaciers in these cirques during that time. But in this figure, the main point is that the mountain emerged up out of the ice sheet. So the ice sheet kind of thinned around it, leaving deposits along the sides of the mountain. So this is an image of some of the samples that we collected and the beautiful tablelands up there. So we looked for samples that had definitely been emplaced by glacier, like this photo down here that is perched on top of another much larger boulder. The only way that it got there was by falling off the ice, or Pomola was up there throwing around boulders just to mess with us glacial geologists, but maybe that happened. So this is the tablelands in the higher elevations where you can spot a sample from a mile away, but the majority of this fieldwork took place below tree line. So most of the samples, especially on the Basin Ponds moraine, which we'll see here shortly, were very densely forested. I'm not really sure how the moose do it, but they thrash through the woods, and so do I. And I got a lot of great samples out there. So this is a map. We've been doing a lot of research in Baxter, but I'm going to focus on two landforms during this short presentation. The first is going to be the Togue Pond moraine, which is the original namesake of this presentation. And that is the blue moraine in the very bottom part of this image. So this moraine was formed by a glacier flowing in the valley below Katahdin. And because of its really steep slope from the left side of the screen towards the right side of the screen, we think that it's evidence of a readvance. So here are the ages. These are in thousands of years before present. It wasn't advancing 15 years ago. It's 15 and 14,500 years ago. And these ages all cluster pretty nicely and average out to about 14.4 thousand years ago. So zooming back out again, next I'm going to zoom in to the Basin Ponds moraine, which is the reddish orange moraine mapped on the eastern side of the mountain. So these ages are a little more complex. I'm going to start above the Basin Ponds moraine, which is this caterpillar that's kind of going across the center of the screen. So the ages above the Basin Ponds moraine are a little confusing. The youngest age of 14,000 years ago, I think, is likely an outlier, that boulder was buried by other sediment and then eventually eroded out. I'm thinking that the two other youngest ages, the 16,000s, represent when that area deglaciated before the Basin Ponds moraine was formed. But all of these ages, so these are cosmogenic exposure ages, and they tell us how long those boulders have been exposed to the atmosphere. And if you think back to the Nunatak image where the ice sheet was wrapping around the mountain, I think that ice sheet was moving up and down and exposing and covering the boulders. So there's a very complicated exposure history in these ages. And so it might be 23.5 thousand years, but not sequentially. So by potentially using other isotopes and stuff, it'd be great to be able to parse out this record because I think there's a lot of interesting information in it. Moving down onto the basin ponds moraine, again, a little caterpillar wrapping around there. If you've hiked up to Chimney Pond or up the Huron Taylor Trail, you've hiked up and over it. The ages on the basin ponds moraine cluster into two age groups, one at 16,000 and one at about 14,500. One possibility is that the moraine was originally formed at 16,000, ice retreated and then came back at 14,500. Or the ice could have stayed there and just didn't deposit as much. Or by some statistical magic, I only selected boulders that were deposited at 16 and 14,500. However, I think the most likely explanation at the moment, and we can dive into this more on Friday, is that ice likely retreated and then re-advanced back to that position. And one more thing. The ages below the basin ponds moraine show that ice retreated really quickly after 14,500 years ago. I think I'm running out of time here. In conclusion, the basin ponds moraine was formed at about 16,000 years ago. Ice paused or retreated, potentially, and continued deposition again at 14,500 years ago. But after 14,500 years ago, ice rapidly retreated. Tying that all back into seasonality, if you think of the mountain, it must have been covered during the LGM. And so that difference in elevation had to have thinned from the top of the mountain and was much likely higher than the top of the mountain. Would have had to have thinned from there down to the basin ponds moraine, which is about 850 meters during the first part of Heinrich Stadial 1. So that indicates that summer temperatures were warmer, at least during the first part of Heinrich Stadial 1. What was happening between 16,000 and 14,500, this record doesn't really shine a whole lot of light on. Because if ice retreated down below the basin ponds moraine, it was covered up again when the ice re-advanced. And so I'm not sure what was happening during that time. But right at 14,500 years ago, at the very beginning of the Bowling Alarud, there was likely a cold pulse that caused the Togue Pond moraine formation and the second period of deposition on the basin ponds moraine before ice melted and retreated from the area. So with that, thank you. And if you're able to, try to go to the rally. I'm sorry I wasn't able to include that in this last slide. But yeah, with that, I'll take any questions. One brief question. Wise soon, man. All right, you can ask me many more questions on Friday.
Mariana, and now it is turn for Sam to show us the results. Take it away.
Yep. So, just like the last talk, I'm going to be talking about a part of my thesis that I'm going to be defending next week. So I'm going to be bringing you further south, and we're going to be looking at Antarctica, specifically a climatic shift indicated by water isotopes, dust, and iron. So to get us started, we're going to be looking at Allen Hills in Antarctica. So this site is shown on the right-hand side. On the bottom, it's indicated, and it falls in a blue ice area, which surrounds parts of Antarctica as shown by the dark blue. So this region has been producing old ice for a very long time now, and it has now been known to show 6 million year old ice. And why is this actually happening? So the Allen Hills falls in the Transantarctic Mountains of southern Victoria Land, particularly the Convoy Range. And the reason this is important is because it's causing a very unique process to occur. So this model here was created by Willens and Cassidy in the 80s, and it was used to describe why there's very old meteorites occurring at the surface. And what is happening in this image is ice is constantly flowing towards the outlet glaciers. And as they're flowing, they're actually running into the Allen Hills Nunatak and then being redirected and flowing upward. And you can see that on here, we have arrows going from the left-hand side to the right, hitting the base of the Nunatak and then flowing upward. And this is beneficial because we I'm
Sorry about that. Not sure.
Delete it.
Yep. Let's put your-
Start.
Okay.
Sorry. So this is very beneficial because we get access to this old ice with not very deep ice cores, but then it also causes problems because this can cause something like folding. So when the ice is flowing upward, the ice can actually fold on top of itself, creating a very difficult stratigraphy, specifically when we're analyzing the ice and trying to interpret what's happening. This is our specific study site that we're looking at. This is the Allen Hills region. And the exact core that we're looking at is ALHIC 2201, which is shown here. I like this map here because you can actually see the blue ice areas coming through, and the contrast isn't great, but it's the darker blue regions in the area. And I think that this is important to look at because the ice flow that I was just talking about is flowing from the top right of this map to the bottom left, and then directly running into the Allen Hills Nunatak. So the goals of this talk, they're going to be a little more broad than if you were going to my defense next week, but we're going to be looking at just adding to the stratigraphy of the Allen Hills region by identifying temperature, dust, and iron trends over a specific transition period that we have seen. And then we're going to begin potentially interpreting the causes of these events. And we're looking at these with the 3 measurements I just said. First one being iron. So this one is beneficial because it has been known to show things like annual layers, ocean productivity, and a couple others. And then the next one is dust concentrations. This one is important because dust and iron have been closely linked in the past, and dust is a large contributor of iron to Antarctica. So showing these two side by side will create a compelling story. And the last one we're looking at is water isotopes. This one is important to include because in this particular region, water isotopes are a great indicator of temperature trends. So we can actually see large transitions from all of this data. How did we get this data? We used 2 different instrumentations for it. The first one, for looking at the dust and water isotopes, we had collaborators at Oregon State University, and they were using continuous flow analysis, otherwise known as CFA. And how this works is the picture on the right-hand side, there is a plexiglass looking container and it has a stick of ice within it. And what happens is they slowly melt the ice onto a melt head, and then the ice flows in tubing to their instrumentation as shown on the left. They are doing multiple things at one time, much more than what we're even looking at in this study, but the dust and iron are primarily, or dust and water isotopes are what we're looking at from the CFA. And the data that they're getting, it's approximately 1 centimeter in resolution. And this is important because it was helping us hone down on a study site and depth region in this specific core. So now what we did here, we were looking at laser ablation inductively coupled plasma mass spectrometry, otherwise known as laser ablation. It is a mouthful. And we were looking at the iron. So this was done here in CCI in the WM-Keck Laser Ice Facility. And the resolution we were looking at our data was 121.25 micrometers. So significantly finer than the 1 centimeter of the CFA. And this system is very unique because of multiple reasons, but the most important are we are not destroying the ice when we're doing this. The laser size that we're using is 100 micrometers as shown on the table on the right. And this means that we're able to save much of the sample and use it for later analysis as compared to CFA when you're melting the sample. And secondly, this system is unique in itself because we can hold up to 1 meter long cores within the cryocell, which is this white box with the metal on the front. Other laser ablation systems that look at ice can allow approximately a microscope size sample in it. So there's a very large difference between that, and that allows us to have a continuous analysis of ice every day. And now getting to our results. So this is a lot of squiggles and it looks a lot bigger on this screen than I thought it was going to. So I'll walk you guys through this. What you're looking at is 2 different depth intervals. On the left-hand side, you're seeing from 59.85 to 60.01 meters, or approximately 16 centimeters of data. And then in the middle, where these 3 arrows are showing with the color-coded arrows, that is the transition period that we're looking at. This is a break that is 1.53 meters long before picking back up on the right-hand side, going from 61.64 to 61.69 meters. And this, we're looking at the 3 different measurements as well. So the first is the water isotopes. This is shown in green. And as you can see on the left-hand side, we have higher water isotopes, and then on the right-hand side, there is a major drop. And then in the inverse side, the dust and iron is showing lower on the left-hand side, transitioning into higher on the right-hand side. So how are we beginning to interpret these events? So there are two major things that we were looking at for this. And the first one that we're considering is a transition from an interglacial to a glacial period. So specifically looking at the water isotopes and this big drop, when you're looking at water isotopes in this site, the higher on the left-hand side can indicate warmer conditions. And on the right-hand side, when it's lower, that can indicate cold. So when you're dropping this amount, this can be a transition period. However, there are some different things in this ice that means that this could not be a transition such as that. There is also folding that is occurring, like I was discussing with the difficult stratigraphy. And when that occurs, what can actually happen is when the ice folds, we could just be looking at a warmer and colder period, not to the full extent of a glacial interglacial. But something that we think really boosts the actual glacial interglacial reasoning is our dust and iron data. So when there is a glacial period, the sea level is lower, and that is then exposing the surface to more wind blown and dust transporting. And that is what we see on the right-hand side. When it is colder, we have higher dust and higher iron, which would align with this story of, oh, there is more land available to transport this dust. And to fully say what's actually happening with this, we need to conduct some more tests. And to summarize, we are looking at multiple different analyses for ice cores, CFA, and laser ablation. And we are showing very fine scale resolution and adding to the record here. And I think the best thing about this is we are honing down on a specific study site for future studies in this core. So I want to thank my lab and specifically the people listed here. And I didn't put the rally next week for one reason, because when I'm defending my thesis next week Thursday is the exact same time as the rally. So I totally understand if you can't attend, but I would like if you guys are interested and want more information on my thesis to stop by. So now I'm happy to take questions.
We have time for questions.
Thomas?
How does the process of extracting one of these cores that have that kind of odd stratigraphy differ from more traditional methods of ice core?
Yeah, so they can still do traditional drilling. It's just when you're looking at the layers, usually, you know, you have layers on top of each other like this. So you have the normal core going down. And when you're doing certain analyses, you can see that the layers might be like this or different than normal. So you can still acquire them normally, but it's just the interpretation of what you're seeing in them that would be different.
Did you say what the age of the periods were?
I did
Any
not.
idea?
So yeah, there's only one argon date for the 30 centimeters of data that we're looking at. And the date for that is about 650,000 years. There is a large error on that as well. So I didn't include it because we only have that one date. So it wouldn't really tie in well, just because we can't definitively say it would help a transition period for a glacial, interglacial, and so on. But yeah.
But the transition was pretty stark, and one wonders whether there wasn't some ice missing. Do you think that's possible?
Yeah, so the reason that there was that 1.5 meters is because the ice core for that exact transition was actually broken in shipment. So we weren't able to analyze that specific section. So that's why we chose a depth interval beforehand and after to try and get the best story we could.
Any more questions? Well. We've had a few defense teasers so far. All right, Aaron?
I will not tease you with my defense because I just did it this morning. So
Is it Clement?
And I'm talking about something different here, so.
Victor, sorry. Take it away.
So I'm going to not talk about glaciers. I'm going to talk about something completely different. I'm actually going to talk about a policy called extended producer responsibility and for packaging. So, but this does relate to climate change, I promise you. So basically, in 2019 or 2009, the US EPA reallocated the way they looked at climate change data, and they realized that over 40% of the greenhouse gas emissions come from the production, transport, use, and disposal of material goods. And that was kind of used as justification of realizing that we need to think about how to sustainably manage our materials. And so you can see here the waste management or material management hierarchy that the US EPA uses to show from the most preferred to the least preferred forms of discarding of our waste, with source reduction and reuse being the best and treatment and disposal being the worst. This gets more complicated if you look at the fact that they've reopened this up based off of some of the more recent data to possibly revise this, but that's not really part of this conversation. But the circular economy has recently been proposed, relatively recently been proposed as a way to reduce waste. And it's kind of based on some of those similar principles of slowing and narrowing and closing resource loops through using materials longer through repair, reuse, remanufacturing, and then of course, recycling. So recently, the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, which is a large circular economy think tank, came out with a paper talking about the role of circular economy in being part of the climate solution. So if we think about the fact that 40% of our material goods is, or like 40% of our climate emissions are because of our material goods, the Ellen MacArthur Foundation has said that if we want to fix the climate, we have to transform the economy, and not only the way it's powered, which is like about to do with production. And so they did some modeling where they showed, the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, they showed that if we reduced, recycled and reused certain materials within our product sector, that we could reduce about 40% of global climate emissions. So this is where extended producer responsibility or EPR policies come in. This is considered one of the key policy tools currently being, it's actually at the bedrock of the climate plastic treaty negotiations that is shifting the financial and or operational responsibility of managing waste from municipalities to producers. It's based off of the producer or the idea of polluter pays principle. And so generally it has been pushed as a way of making producers take responsibility for the recycling system, so that right now municipalities and taxpayers pay for recycling systems. And they've seen that's been widely adopted in Europe for the last 35 years that recycling has drastically increased when you have producers paying for it and or operating them. But they saw that they assumed that this policy would create better incentives for redesigning more recyclable packaging or better, more environmentally friendly packaging, and that just hasn't happened after the 35 years of being in existence. So there's a whole new emergence of these policies that are coming online now, which is actually the focus of my whole dissertation, is ones emerging in the US and in Canada. And those are trying to create that stronger feedback loop. So yeah, okay, I kind of got ahead of myself here. So yeah, gaining traction in the US and Canada. Here you can see all of the policies that have been recently passed. EPR is extended producer responsibility. A DRS is deposit return scheme. So like the bottle bill that we have in Maine, there's another form of EPR. It just works a little bit differently in terms of the economic instruments. Just in 2021 was the first, Maine became the first state to pass this policy in the nation. And it was quickly followed by a number of other states who have passed it. And then immediately this map went out of date because this week, the governor of Maryland has a new policy on his desk or on their desk. So yeah, I guess I had another map in there. So it's also been introduced in a whole bunch of other states as well. So it's an evolving field. But one of the concerns with this is that these policies all look very different. So there's a huge patchwork quilt of approaches that people are taking. And there's been a big call that we need to harmonize. If we're going to send market signals about how we want to redesign packaging or what environmental packaging looks like, we need to be sending the same signal and not have like all these different policies across the globe that are saying different things. So I did a survey this last fall of global EPR experts, and I wanted to focus on understanding their perspectives on what were the primary goals and objectives of packaging EPR, what are the performance measures and indicators that they think should be part of EPR. I specified that it wasn't just like what it currently exists, but what they think should exist. And then what the producer fee. So there's been a new round of, instead of signing just a standard fee based off the amount of material and the type of material that producers put onto the market, the idea is to create more stronger financial incentives through eco-modulation fee, which says we're going to charge you extra for things that we don't like in packaging, like carbon black dyes, and we're going to charge you more for that, and then less for if you're doing something good. We're going to give you a benefit or a bonus if you're doing something that we really like. So the Delphi survey design is an iterative survey design. It's used largely for getting ideas of whether there's consensus or not among a group of experts. It's particularly useful for when those experts are geographically dispersed, which is the case for what I had here. The first round that I did was more of an open-ended questions focused on those three things that I mentioned. The second round, I took all of that more open-ended qualitative data and figured out what were the themes in that, and then put those back out to the same folks and asked them to score on how important, from most important to least important on a 5-point Likert scale, what they thought. And then on the third round, I took the top scores and then asked them to rank those, like I did a force ranking based on, again, this perceived level of importance. So I ended up getting responses from 47 experts across the globe from 8 different countries, mainly in North America and Europe. And then they represented a whole bunch of different actors, mainly EPR consultants, governmental agencies, NGOs, and brand and or PROs as the producer responsibility organization. So the group of producers that run these EPR programs. Most of the participants participated in all 3 rounds, about 68% of them, and then a couple of them present. I did open it up for people to be able to, even if they missed a previous round, they could still participate in subsequent rounds. So there were a couple people who missed the beginning, but still participated after a while. And I'm going to share some of these results, but not all of these results. But so this is from the last round. I have the scores of both the second round and third round. And the way that I did basic statistical descriptions, statistics on the scores, and to create like an average score across all of these different objectives and goals. And this is the similar statistics that I did for the other ones. But the star indicates whether one of the, I misspelled something, consensus here. I was very tired when I was making these slides. I apologize. But consensus, there's a lot of different ways to measure consensus in these, but I used interquartile range, which is essentially the dispersion of how great the answers are dispersed from the first quarter or from the fourth quartile to the first quartile. And in round 2, when there was only 5 possible scores, anything that was 1 or less, an IQR of 1 or less was considered consensus. And then in the round 3, because I had expanded it into 10, it was anything that was 2 or less. And I generally found that when I allowed anyone to rank, you could rank everything highly important in the second round, but when I actually forced you to rank something in the third round, there was way less consensus than there were in the second round. But generally, I saw that there was a lot of consensus around, for the sake of this conversation, around designing, the need to design packaging. This is just another way of looking at the spread. but I'm running out of time. But it was completely different when it came down to what we actually, like, there was less consensus around how and what designing looked like. So most of the respondents said, we need to be designing more recyclable packaging. But there was a little bit less agreement on things like including climate or like life cycle assessment or climate impact analysis in there. And that holds true. Sorry, I'm not zooming in on these things. But that hold true also for the eco-modulated fees of whether there was it was a little bit more disagreement about whether or not like carbon footprint should be something that we should look at in these fee structures. So I essentially conclude that recyclability seems to be standing as a proxy for eco-design and EPR policies. Yet more recent research has called into question the popular attributes like recyclability, compostability, and bio-based, and whether those are actually environmentally beneficial. And so to ensure that EPR doesn't actually unintentionally increase climate emissions while driving circularity, policymakers should consider a more broad understanding and try to get more clarity on which design is actually environmentally beneficial. Thank you.
We have time for a question.
Yeah.
Anyone on campus is working on designing new packaging, but we have practice composites center to do a lot of reusable.
I have heard some. I bet you, Cindy, could speak a little bit more to that. Does other people on campus thinking about redesigning packaging?
Yeah, we actually have a lot of folks in the Materials Composite Center. We got people making packaging out of lobster shells and algae and all sorts of great things.
Yeah. Any other thoughts?
Another quick question, maybe?
Yeah.
Newer models of doing commercial business a little approachable to like really big name businesses, or like who are the people having these conversations with smaller businesses, or is it?
It's actually more of the large businesses. Like the Ellen MacArthur Foundation has a lot of co-signers that are very, very large multinational companies. And these companies have had to comply with the European models of this regulation for years. And in most of these laws, there's a exemption. So anybody who's a smaller producer, like a lot of the producers in Maine wouldn't even qualify to have to pay fees under this because they don't make enough material. So it's how much packaging you produce and put on the market. Okay.
Applause. Now we welcome Anna to share with us what happened in the explosion.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anna. My research involves a possible association between the most explosive eruption in over 100 years and recent climate extremes. If you've seen this slide before, you were probably here just over 48 hours ago. If not, these are the highlights from my thesis. So 2023 and was at the time the warmest year on record. 2022 was also had many weather extremes that year. Some examples include record warmth in Antarctica and in Greenland in March and September of 2022 respectively. And then there was a rare triple dip La Nina that peaked from December of 2022 through February of 2023. And then there was record high sea surface temperatures in the North Atlantic in June and July of 2023, followed by a strong El Nino that peaked in December of 2023 2023 and through February of 2024. 2023 was so warm that the climate models did not predict the warming at all. As the graph on the bottom right shows, there was a 0.2 degree increase from the previous years, which is much warmer than the increase from most other years. And one possible explanation for this would be the injection of water vapor from the Hunga eruption in January of 2022. However, preliminary model tests show that the direct radiative impact was small. However, the dynamic effects are not fully understood. So Tonga is a submarine caldera located 150 meters below sea level. It had an initial eruption on December 20th of 2021 and a second explosive eruption on January 15th of 2022. This explosive eruption had a volcanic explosivity index of 5. It injected material into the mesosphere, and it had the largest sulfate emissions since Mount Pinatubo in 1991. However, the sulfate emissions are still an order of magnitude smaller than most other volcanic eruptions of this magnitude. However, in lieu of the sulfate, it injected, according to Milan et al., an unprecedented amount of water vapor into the atmosphere and increased stratospheric water vapor by 10%. And the Tonga eruption was the most explosive eruption since Krakatoa in 1883. So this graph just shows the water vapor from the NASA ARA microwave limb sounder data set. And you can see it's in standard deviations from the 2005 from 2020 climatology, and it shows that the water vapor right after the Tonga eruption increased to 10 standard deviations, which is a very large shock to the system. So for my project, I used reanalysis to identify extreme events since the Tonga eruption to explore a possible association with changes in atmospheric circulation. I developed a script to look at the microwave limb sounder data set to analyze the expansion of the water vapor plume across the globe. And then I generated monthly reanalysis maps to identify extreme events, and then also used Climate Reanalyzer to generate time series for these specific extreme events to put them in historical context. And for this project, I define extreme as anything as a z-score of 3 or more standard deviations from the 1991 to 2020 climatology. And I chose that period for the climatology just to show that these events are extreme even in the context of global warming. So here are 2 of the vertical profiles I generated. The one on the left is January of 2022. The one on the right is December of 2023, which is the beginning and end of the period I was primarily looking at. The x-axis is latitude. These were averaged across all lines of longitude across the globe. It goes from 90 degrees south on the left to 90 degrees north on the right. The y-axis is pressure on the left and also height on the right, which are inversely related. So as pressure goes down, as height goes up, that they're the same thing. And the colored contours are in standard deviations. So you can see that the water vapor from Tonga in the January, there's a very strong anomaly roughly where Tonga is located. And then by the end of 2023, it has spread to both poles. And then here are a couple of my case studies. The first is the 30 millibar temperature anomaly. So this is the lower stratosphere, and The time series on the right are both in standard deviations from the climatology I defined earlier. The lower stratospheric temperature anomaly was greater than 4 standard deviations, and the precipitable water anomaly, which is for May, is over 5 standard deviations. The 30 millibar temperature anomaly would have been associated with increased wind speeds in the southern hemisphere. And the precipitable water anomaly is associated with the La Nina that was occurring at that time. My next case study that I will be going through is the Greenland warm wave. The temperature anomaly was over 3 standard deviations from climatology, and the precipitable water was more than 4 standard deviations above the climatology. This event was also associated with a shorter term event that happened on September 3rd, where there was a atmospheric river that came over Greenland and caused a lot of the moisture. And then finally, the last 2 that I will be talking about for this are the May 2023 May blocking pattern and these July North Atlantic sea surface temperatures. There was a really strong ridge over Western Canada in May, and it was over 4 standard deviations from the climatology. And this was associated with like the wildfires in Quebec and the really high temperatures in northern Canada. And it had downstream effects later in the summer, which in the form of weakened atmospheric circulation. And through that, ultimately caused the really high sea surface temperatures seen in the North Atlantic in July. And the map and the graph on the right show the sea surface temperatures in July. And as you can see, those are over 4 standard deviations, so also really, really high. So from these case studies, we developed a hypothesis to connect as a potential connection between the water vapor from Tonga and these extreme events. So the Tonga water vapor injection into the lower stratosphere intensified southern hemispheric atmospheric circulation and facilitated in a third La Nina. The La Nina masked temperature warming that might have otherwise developed in 2022. When the La Nina dissipated in early 2023, a strong El Nino developed and became enhanced by excess stratospheric water vapor that had spread across the northern hemisphere. And finally, the resultant weakened circulation from that enhanced El Nino led to the observed extremes worldwide. And that concludes my presentation.
We have time for questions.
Increase in the water vapor, how long will that take to purge out?
Current model studies suggest that it will take about 10 years for that to precipitate out. Yeah.
So can we expect 2 or 3, 4 standard deviation events for the next decade?
Potentially, one of the other model studies that I read about suggested that the greatest effects will be seen in years 3 through 7. So you can expect, I imagine that these will likely have, like, you'll see some smaller ones and then some greater ones, and then they'll kind of taper off as the water vapor decreases again, hopefully.
You have time for another question?
Yes.
And I really like your talk, you know, I like this volcanic stuff, two things happen at the time, COVID, right, we had a global shutdown in shipping and transport. And the second one, shipping and industry switch to clean fuels. To generate less moisture, which is blocking solar radiation, right?
Yes.
So how do we separate this from volcanic?
That's a very good question. One potential way of doing that would be just to see how this plays out for the next decade. If the shipping regulations remain relatively constant, but the water vapor will eventually decrease as it's precipitated out, then we might expect that we'll still see more of the extreme events because of the decrease in incoming solar radiation being reflected back out into space. Yeah.
Exercise. So
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you, Anna. We will hear from Renee.
Thanks. All right, hi everyone. So I'm going to be focusing in today on liquid water beneath temperate ice, even though this is a photo of liquid water on top of temperate ice. And also just want to acknowledge that this research and fieldwork were conducted on the traditional unceded territories of the Taku River Tlingit. So why do we care about liquid water in glaciers? I'm sure many of you know this, but liquid water in glaciers impacts ice dynamics through basal sliding and how deformable the ice is. It can also impact the thermal properties of ice. And then the storage of that liquid water controls the timing and magnitude of meltwater release into downstream communities and environments, therefore impacting sea level rise, communities that rely on meltwater, and terrestrial and marine ecosystems. And we're focusing in here on Alaskan glaciers as they're losing mass rapidly and are expected to be the greatest contributor to sea level rise by 2100 of other glacier regions globally. And so now I'm going to zoom way in to a case study level site and then zoom way out to like Jupiter. It's gonna all connect, I promise. So bear with me. So here we're looking at the southern part of the Juneau ice field, and these areas here are depicting regions that we focused on for field seasons in 2023 and 2024. And I'm going to be focusing on North Basin, which is this very small semi-enclosed basin that feeds into the Taku Glacier, which is the largest glacier on the ice field, and asking the questions, where is subglacial liquid water stored? And can we use ground penetrating radar to find that water? So we tried to. So here is our North Basin. It is about 1 square kilometers, and we collected about 100 kilometers of radar lines in this basin. We like to call this mowing the lawn. As you can tell, we have a very high spatial resolution of our data. And so what we did is we used a 10 megahertz and a 40 megahertz radar system. On the right is showing our 10 megahertz. So we have our transmitter on the back sled, our receiver on the front sled, connected by a wire that's housed in a Flexzilla brand garden hose. And it's been tried and true this whole time. Okay, so a little radar 101 for you. So this is a schematic showing what happens to the radar energy as it's transmitted from the transmitter. And then what might happen to that signal as it interacts with things at the bed. So we care about what's happening at the glacier bed. And when radar energy is transmitted through the ice, it reflects off of materials of differing electrical properties. And so when we're looking at the bed, we expect that to be a pretty large reflector and should be pretty easy to find because there's quite a large contrast. However, that can be really challenging. And so some of the key takeaways from this that I really want you guys to get are that the energy is transmitted in 3 dimensions. So we have our 3-dimensional cone that spreads out as it goes down. That's then put into a 2-dimensional space. So we look at our radargrams, which I'll show you, and you'll see a bunch more during Borns. And then we try to infer what's actually happening in 3 dimensions. So it's non-trivial. Second, energy density decreases the further it travels. So we get lower power return the longer that radio wave travels. And you can tell that by the fact that the cone is spreading out as it gets further down. Third, complex bed geometry makes interpretations really challenging.
So our third, or I guess our second schematic here, shows that when you have those side reflections, it could actually mask what's directly beneath the radar, and then we might not understand what's truly going on. And then lastly, water at the bed reflects more energy because it acts kind of like a mirror. And so we have a higher return power from that signal. So we should be able to find water. Okay, so we've collected a bunch of data. We process the data and we pick the bed, which are both multi-step complex processes that I'm not going to talk about right now. But just note that a lot of work went into that part of it. And then from that, we get to bed depth and bed return power. So on the right here is showing our bed depth for North Basin. It's what we expect. We have shallower depths along the edges and then deeper in the middle. So it's like a basin shape. Reaches about 300 meters in the center. And then what we can do is we can take our power response from the bed and then correct that for how far the radar or the radio wave had to travel. So that's where we take our depth and we can correct for basal power. So if you'll remember, the power decreases the longer the wave travels. So this is a really important correction that is done so that we can remove depth as a factor for looking at power. And this is a method that's primarily used on airborne radar data, mostly in Antarctica and Greenland. So we're kind of testing it in this kind of environment here. And what we find is maybe we have some results. So there are these regions of high power, which are the brighter colors that are kind of in lines coming out from the basin walls. And they're consistent across time and through space. So, and brighter relative to what's going on around it. So we think that these might be representing potential subglacial drainage pathways, which is consistent with the fact that we know snow melt is melting off of the mountains and running down probably along the ice bed interface. And also this part of the basin doesn't show any significant elevation changes, or that we know of. So maybe that means that this water is being flushed out, at least in this area, into the main branch of the Taku Glacier. And then we kind of are going to zoom out now. So glacier hydrology on Earth can also help us understand processes in our own solar system. So this project, why did we get so much data in such a small area? It's because we wanted to select a drill site to drill into a subglacial water reservoir so that a group of us could test an autonomous drill that the goal is one day to send to Europa and sample the subglacial ocean and look for life. So this is a really big project, but it's a really cool opportunity where we have planetary scientists, biologists from all over the country that are all working together to also understand what's going on Earth. So we have selected our drill site from all of these data. And in June of 2025, we will find out how right we were on how deep the ice bed is and if there's actually water. But we're excited that this line that we selected shows a flat and bright reflector, which should mean that maybe there's water there. So returning back to our motivating questions, where is subglacial liquid water stored? Potentially in these drainage pathways in North Basin or other smaller water pockets depicted by high power regions. And can we use GPR to find subglacial water? Yes, question mark. I would say it's really challenging to do this in temperate environments, but potentially with the high data resolution that we have here, we are able to do that, but I'm not sure how applicable that would be to other regions. But we do hope to upscale these methods to other parts of the ice field. And I'll take questions and say thank you to these folks, funding sources, the rallies next week. I don't have it up here. And then thanks also to the folks, especially in this department, who have been at the forefront of organizing for that. Cool.
Great timing. There's time for a lot of questions.
Sweet.
How dynamic do you think the sort of amount and morphology of water underneath the ice? Like how stable is it or unstable?
That's a good
Does it
question.
change on an end basis, for like, how long, if you found water 1 year, is it be there the next year?
That's a good question, and not one I think we really know the answer to, but this specific basin, it was selected as the study site because it shows that every year in like the northern quarter, these concentric crevasses form and that portion of the ice raises up. And they think that's because the water is collecting at the bed and like the buoyant force is pushing the ice up. However, this past summer, that crevasse pattern was not observed. So there could be some sort of like multi-year cycle on what's going on with the water in the, at least in this basin. But it's certainly dynamic. And on this scale, it like this is a very small scale, so I think it's probably pretty dynamic. But what questions?
I have one.
Oh yeah.
Did you walk those 70 kilometers?
No, we took a snow machine.
And what's the time frame for the Europa mission?
That's also a good question. So Europa Clipper launched in October, and that is hopefully like the recon mission. And Europa Lander was supposed to be a 2028 project, but I think they scrapped it. And I think it's probably not looking too great for a while. But we can understand Earth while we're here, so that's good. You had a question?
Basins, glacial basins that might use glacial lakes on the general ice.
We haven't found any yet, but we also weren't really looking for them. So that's kind of another step forward. Is our goal is to now kind of map out more parts of the ice field and see if we can find these. But the other part that's really tricky is that while you might have a basin bed, if it's filled with water, you're still going to get that first reflector and not see through it. So it might still be masking like how deep that bedrock actually is.
I'm just curious, do you have problems with crevasses with like low density snowpack air pockets as well?
Not exactly in this area. It definitely impacts some of the radar data because you're reflecting off of air. But I don't think we've really seen anything super like the frequency that we're using, I think, is low enough that the nearer surface isn't really much of an issue for us. But it's a good, yeah, maybe it's a good question.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
And for the last talk of our session, we have Matilda.
We got it. Yep. Hello. I'm here to present my master's thesis research, and I've titled this talk "The Transition of Marine Terminating Glaciers to Land under a Warming Climate and Its Implication for the Driving Stress." And just to keep you alert, I'm what's standing between you and the refreshments, but my talk will include a Second World War bunker and a case full of potential explosives, even though we talk glaciology. But to set the stage, I'm not doing ground penetrating radar, I'm not studying Fern, which a lot of the other glaciology people here are, but I'm doing remote sensing and I'm studying transitioning glaciers. But what do I mean when I say I study a transitioning glacier? Overall, we can classify glaciers into two categories, the marine terminating and the land terminating, if we do it very broadly. And the interesting thing is that marine terminating glaciers, they retreat and respond strongly to climate change, with higher temperatures corresponding to increasing retreat. However, on the other hand, we see that land terminating glaciers show little change compared to the marine terminating. But if a marine terminating glacier retreat far enough, it will transition up onto the land. So we wonder, what type of behavior has a glacier in transition? We do not know, because this has so far not been studied. One study exists as a case study of one glacier which have done this transition. So what I'm aiming to do is to investigate the hypothesis that under a warming climate, marine terminating glaciers will transition onto land and the driving stress will decrease. I'm doing this for 5 glaciers in the southern part of Greenland. And what I will walk you through today is, first of my objectives, it is how to establish a time series of driving stress. But before we go so far, why even study transitioning glaciers? I have two good reasons. I have a global scale and a local scale. And the same study that Renee just showed from Rounds et al. 2023 shows that the glaciers are melting, they're retreating, the global sea level is rising. However, they were also one of the first studies to account for frontal ablation, which is the ice-ocean interactions at the marine terminating glacier fronts. And they also included a mechanism for transitioning glaciers. And by including these two things, their projections reduced by 2% for the global mean sea level. And they also found that by the year 2100, 50% of the world's marine terminating glaciers are expected to transition up onto land. And this I found really interesting because we have these projections, but so far nobody have studied them out in the real world, only done them by modeling. And I'm studying in Greenland, and in the Greenland periphery, by the year 2100, that's how you do numbers, around 80 to 90% are expected to transition. So this has a lot of these glaciers in Greenland are expected to transition, which might have some local implications. And in Greenland, a lot of these glaciers terminate in fjord ecosystems because fjords are not only significant, glaciers are not only significant for global sea level rise, they also play a role in the local ecosystems. And when you have a marine terminating glacier, they have deep meltwater plumes that helps suspend deep water nutrients, and they run this upwelling mechanism that makes a lot of primary production available in the fjord and sustains a big fish population. And this mechanism is lacking in land terminating fjord systems. And these fjords are in the literature described as dead fjords. So with more glaciers transitioning onto land, we expect more fjords that will be described as dead, which will have great implications for the people who sustain their living or their businesses on fishing in these areas. Therefore, I wanted to investigate these glacial transitions. And this is a schematic showing the overall idea about my research. We have 3 times T1, T2, T3, which is this gradual retreat of a marine terminating glacier from the fjord up onto land. And we have a slope and a thickness of the ice, because the driving stress is this force balance approach to glacial behavior, where we have something that resists the flow of ice and we have something that pushes the flow of ice. And what we need to calculate the forces that push the ice to flow, we need the density of the ice, which we have from previous studies and field measurements. We have the gravitational acceleration, but we also need the ice thickness and the slope. So those are the 2 measurements to keep track of. And I will get my slope estimates from digital elevation models. We have these available through aerial surveys, through satellite imagery. And I will get my ice thickness measurements by going to Greenland this summer and surveying the fjord with a depth sounder to get a measurement of how deep the fjord is. Because if we then know the elevation of the ice from sea level and above, and we add the depth of the fjord from sea level and downwards, we can estimate how thick was the ice if we make the assumption that the ice was grounded in this shallow water. And a fun thing about my study, which brings us to the suitcase in a minute, is that I want to study how the glacier behaves before, during, and after transition. But the catch is, we don't know when the transition happens. Then one of the studies saw that it happened at 1990. When we look at the satellite record, it looks kind of similar. But as we see here, we have most records up in the end that's like modern day, and it sort of runs out around the 1980s. So if we want to extend our timeline all the way back to where we are sure that this glacier is marine terminating, we add historical aerial imagery. Because in this area in Greenland, a lot of surveys is done after Second World War, so between the 1940s and 1960s. And those I'm going to utilize to make this longitudinal case study to hopefully cover the full scale of before, after, and during transition. Which leads us to the Danish archives. I'm originally from Denmark, which makes this really exciting that I could do like cross-continental collaboration engagement in these archives. Because last spring, we went to Denmark, it was beautiful, and we went to the Second World War bunker, where we brought our suitcase, because in here, they physically stored the film that I was seeking for my project in big cans of like 500 scenes of like 9-inch film. So I've spent the first spring semester identifying all the potential cans. So we borrowed 52 of them and we rolled them through over a light table and digitized all of them which had glaciers we were interested in, which is some type of field work that might not be so common here at the Institute. So that's why I wanted to share it with you. And some of the fun parts of it was in Denmark, a nitrate film, which this was, is classified as explosive because it has the potential to self-ignite if it gets too hot. Denmark is a cold place. It's not, everything was fine. But that's why we brought our Pelican case and we walked around with it, because we did not have a permit or a license to drive around with it. And some of the cans were very rusty and very old. So of course we brought a can opener and a chisel and a hammer to try to open them. And we did it gently. We got the film out and we got some really cool scenes. And not only did we get all the material of glaciers, we also got this really cool look at the people and the place, because of course you test your camera, of course you take a selfie, even if it's in the 1940s. And what I've done so far is to digitize all these cans of film, and then by utilizing the stereo parallax, which means that if you have images which overlap in 2 dimensions, you can use this overlap and sort of tiny change in the 3-dimensional thing you're looking at to get 3-dimensional information and reconstruct a 3-dimensional scene. And that you do with structure for motion photogrammetry, which is the workflow down in the right-hand corner. And I did that with a software called Micmac. And what we see here is a 1943 2-meter resolution point cloud, which can be made into a 2-meter resolution digital elevation model with like a 5-meter error. And that's really cool. And this was a digital, no, not a digital, it was a physical piece of film I had in my hand. So what I want to walk you through here at the end is what I've found so far. And up here we see bird's eye view. We see the 1943 image. We see the 1943 digital elevation model. In those 2 scenes, the glaciers were re-terminating. In 1985, it's now up on land. And then in 2020, the glacier has retreated so far, it's no longer even in the view of the scene. And down here, we have our profile. So now we're looking at the glacier from the side. And we have it in 1943, 62, and 85. And then the gray line indicates the bedrock, and the dotted line, the fjord. And what we see is, first of all, the glacier is thinning. Over to the right, we see the glacier gets thinner and thinner and thinner. We see a slowdown of retreat rate between each of these profiles is approximately 20 years. And what we were interested in my research was changing behavior, slope, and thickness. So, oh no, am I all done?
You have 2 minutes.
Didn't you just say clam up?
I guess you didn't see this one.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Then we take this study as well. Okay. We had this one other study. They looked, no, we go here. I have found changes in thickness, changes in retreat rate, and a decrease in slope. And we can do a first estimates of ice thickness over the exposed bedrock. And this summer, when we get the depth of the fjord, we can do the calculations over the fjord as well, which is really exciting. But we can also learn from the one other study that's been done on this. And what they did, they compared the average air temperature to the retreat rate. And what they found was at the year 1990, they found transition, because there they saw a disparity between air temperature and retreat, marked transition, both in the records they were looking at, but also in the satellite imagery. So what I hope to do, and what you can hopefully see at my defense in half a year, is I will take a record of temperature, my retreat rate changes, changes in velocity, which I haven't talked about, but can't talk about it all, driving stress, and I will look at our understanding of marine terminating glaciers and land terminating glaciers and classify these into each of these 3 categories to figure out when transition happens, at what circumstances. Is it when the glacier reaches shallow water? Is it when the first bedrock outcrop comes? Is it when the glacier is fully on land? And for how long? And is there any characteristics of transitioning behavior that doesn't fit these 2 other categories? So with that, I'd like to say thank you, and I'm open for any questions.
A little over time, but maybe a question?
Yeah.
Those of us who were around in the early days of our institute, remember famous Professor Terry Hughes, who was a well-known glaciologist, talking about this kind of circumstance. And many of us heard him many times talk about, in a diagram on the board, the pulling power of ice, meaning when there's a floating ice shelf, there's actually a pulling, he claimed, pulling effect that is more than just the gravitational flow from the land.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that? Or are you aware of it? And if not, I'm just suggesting it'd be an interesting thing to pursue, because that would be a major change in the stress in the system as the floating shelf terminated.
Exactly. I think that is really interesting. I'd love to dive in, but unfortunately, this glacier is so small that we don't assume within this time frame that it at any point have been floating, because they are only like 1 kilometer in width, and the fjord is assumingly very shallow, but we will know more this summer.
Your next project then.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It's my great pleasure to introduce my colleague, our David Clayton Smith lecturer for this year, Dr. Bonnie Newsom. She is a citizen of the Penobscot Nation, joined the University of Maine after completing her PhD at the University of Massachusetts in Amherst, and after serving as the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for the Penobscot Nation for a decade. She is also an alum of the University of Maine, earning her bachelor's degree in anthropology and her master's from the Climate Change Institute. And I remember her as a grad student when I first got here. Dr. Newsom's research and student mentorship areas encompass Northeast archaeology, regional coastal shell heap stewardship, community-based archaeology, and indigenous ceramic technologies. Her teaching responsibilities focus on archaeology and historic preservation courses, and she leads the prestigious Mappy Archaeological Field School biennially. This is a field-based learning experience as a course designed to introduce students to coastal shell heap archaeology, climate change, and indigenous community engagement. With an extensive publication record, Dr. Newsom has authored and co-authored papers on community-engaged archaeologies in the Journal of Field Archaeology and Advances in Archaeological Practice, among other journals. Her work has also been featured in the new edited volume, Being Indigenous Archaeologists, Reckoning New Paths Between Past and Present Lives and Learning Archaeology. And she also has a chapter forthcoming on her research at a World War II German POW camp in Passamaquoddy homeland. Dr. Newsom also contributes actively to collaborative research and writing projects and has been published in Nature Communications and Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. Dr. Newsom's research program is supported by numerous grants and fellowships. Notably, she is co-principal investigator on a $30 million National Science Foundation Award for the Center for Braiding Indigenous Knowledge and Sciences. Her recent funding also includes a $675,000 share as co-principal investigator on a Department of Interior proposal integrating Western knowledge and Indigenous knowledge and Western science for climate change research with Acadia National Park. Additional support has come from the Wenner-Gren Foundation, the National Trust for Historic Preservation, and the Senator George Mitchell Center for Sustainability Solutions. Her commitment to public service occurs at the university, state, and national levels. Dr. Newsom currently serves on the Acadia National Park Advisory Board, the Forest Society of Maine Board, the Maine State Museum Commission, and the Hudson Museum Board of Cooperating Curators. Previously, she served as a trustee for the University of Maine system, our system, chair of the Smithsonian Institution's Repatriation Review Committee, and she represented the Penobscot Nation at the Maine Indian Tribal State Commission. Dr. Newsom is a dedicated and active mentor to students, and this commitment is underscored by her multiple graduate faculty mentor awards. I welcome Bonnie to the podium.
Thank you.
That's hello or a greeting in the Penobscot language, and I'll greet you all that way to start my presentation today. Thank you for coming, and thank you especially to the coordinators of the symposium for inviting me to be part of, the David Smith lecturer. I had the good fortune of knowing Dave, and while I was a graduate student here, and he was just such a wealth of knowledge, and our field trips and our meetings were just so enriched by his knowledge of lumbering and salt marshes and even the University of Maine history. And so I feel very fortunate to be speaking here today. I really wish I'd taken the opportunity to learn more from Dave while I was here. He was truly an interdisciplinary faculty member, and in all of his approaches to scholarship. And he really kept history at the forefront of our thinking as students at that time. Today, I'll be discussing the heritage-related research and community engagement work I've been involved in at Fraser Point and Acadia National Park. For millennia, this coastal landscape has been significant for Wabanaki people, and it also holds the story of one of the region's earliest documented African-American settlers as well. Oh, we're not going anywhere. Is Becky here?
Somebody good on me.
Let me see what's. Oh,
What
there
am
we
I
go.
doing?
Okay. Just had to reselect the window. You're good.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Our research at Fraser Point in Acadia National Park serves as a microcosm of the impacts of climate change on our shared cultural heritage. Coastal archaeological sites, including the shell heap at Fraser Point, hold irreplaceable records of past lifeways stretching back millennia. They're increasingly vulnerable to the destructive forces of sea level rise, increasing storm intensity, and coastal erosion. Today, I'll share with you our holistic approach to heritage research at Fraser Point, where we're working to understand and document not only the threats, but also what exactly is being lost by climate change effects on heritage spaces in the region. Our approach really emphasizes the integration of both Western scientific methods and indigenous knowledges, focused particularly on Wabanaki nations, or the indigenous peoples of this region. And that's both past and present knowledges. By working in close partnership with Wabanaki communities, the National Park Service, and Schoodic Institute, we aim to not only document the past, but also to co-create strategies for the stewardship and interpretation of our cultural landscapes for not only people today, but for people in the future. Before I discuss the research, I want to start by orienting you geographically and culturally with these two maps. The one on the right shows the National Park Service lands in Maine, and there are three locations where National Park Service manages lands and resources. The one in north central Maine is a relatively new national monument called Katahdin Woods and Waters. And Wabanaki communities have been active participants in shaping that effort, both in terms of the facility, the place, and the policies guiding its operations. The parcel on Maine's eastern border is the St. Croix International Historic Site, and and you'll also see the one on the Maine coast, which is an Acadia National Park. And you'll note that Acadia is not restricted to Mount Desert Island. It's a number of parcels on the coast that Acadia manages. The map on the left actually represents the traditional homelands of Wabanaki peoples, a territory much larger than and more fluid than each nation's current land base. And the National Park Service acknowledges that they are operating within this Wabanaki homeland. And they're working very hard to partner with Wabanaki peoples in carrying out their responsibilities to really care for and manage and steward these cultural, natural resources that are under their care. So zooming in to kind of our research location, Fraser Point is located within Acadia National Park's Schoodic district, and it's situated, you can see, on what's called the Schoodic Peninsula. It's bordered on the southern coastline it's bordering the southern coastline of Frenchman Bay, which separates the Schoodic Peninsula from and Mount Desert Island as a significant body of water. It's also archaeologically rich. So Frenchman Bay has many archaeological sites, and it's not surprising that Schoodic Peninsula would also be rich archaeologically as well. The bay is part of Down East Hancock County and was named after French explorer Samuel de Champlain, who charted the area in 1604. So past archaeological research at Fraser Point has revealed this tapestry of histories, including significant pre- and post-European use of the landform. The projectile point on the left is was recovered during humane excavations of Fraser Point in the 1970s, actually under the direction of Dr. David Sanger, who was my advisor. Temporally, Dr. Sanger estimated that this point was to be in the vicinity of 3,000 years old or older. And giving you a sense of the deep connection and deep time span that Indigenous peoples have lived at this landscape. Archaeological excavations in the 90s occurred on a different part of the parcel and produced an 1802 penny, as well as some teapot fragments, possibly dating to the 1790s. And together, these items provide a snapshot of the rich and diverse history of Fraser Point. And I'm going to expand a bit on each of these archaeological components, beginning with the early research into the Indigenous use of Fraser Point. So archaeological inquiry into the human use of Fraser Point began in the 1970s under the direction of, as I mentioned, Dr. David Sanger. He was a humane archaeologist. Sanger's initial archaeological investigations were carried out at the request of the National Park Service, who contracted with the University of Maine to conduct an archaeological survey of coastal areas in the park, because coastal areas at that time were eroding as well. And there was this need to identify which sites were particularly threatened and where those sites were. The pre-contact component of the Fraser Point parcel is a shell heap site that was identified during the survey, and then extensive excavations occurred in 1978. And these investigations revealed that the Schoodic Peninsula and Fraser Point in particular was used by Indigenous peoples for at least 3,000 years before European colonization, and likely older based on lithic morphology. So archaeologists like to place people and time based on stone tools and how stone tools change through time. And Dr. Sanger noted that there could be a much older component to this site than just the last 2,000 years. That point in particular is dated to roughly 3,800 to 4,000 years old in other parts of the Northeast. And so that was kind of the clue that this might be a fairly old site. The UMaine team focused heavily on shoreline testing at Fraser Point, and they tested an area spanning roughly 50 meters along the shoreline and 10 meters inland. Relatively speaking, it's a fairly small area, and the material culture recovered include lithic tools, chipping debris, indigenous ceramics, bone or faunal material, and a bit of post-European or contact material as well. One of the notable characteristics about the site that Dr. Sanger highlighted was that the number of projectile points relative to all other types of tools was quite high. So 68 projectile points were recovered from this location with various morphologies and materials, and you can see that variability there. Materials included mostly cherts and felsites. There were 3 that they were able to refit, and in other sites in Acadia National Park where excavations were much broader, they did not turn up the same number of projectile points as what we see at Fraser Point. So we don't know why there are so many and so many complete. It's one of the questions that we're continuing to explore. So Sanger's assessment of the temporal span or the time span of the indigenous use of the site was based largely on his understanding at the time of stone tool change in the region. And he coupled this with ceramic design, because just like houses and cars and other things, ceramic design for indigenous peoples changes through time. And his interpretation of indigenous use of the site included really most robustly 2 time periods, one that dates roughly to 2,000 years ago and one dating much later to about 1,000 years ago. So today we have a really a better understanding of how ceramics and other tools change through time. And it's fascinating to see that Dr. Sanger's interpretation at the time is really well aligned with what our current understanding of indigenous material culture and how indigenous material culture changes through time. So, and we see this in the radiocarbon dates. We ran some recent radiocarbon dates on food residues. So oftentimes when you recover ceramics, there'll be some leftover food that people had cooked. And so you can date those and do lipid analysis and other things, so you know what people were eating and when they were cooking it. And so these results really align closely with Dr. Sanger's assessments. So taken together, the evidence of both then and now is that there's likely a recurring use of Fraser Point in this particular landform over millennia. And it's very likely that older components of the site, by the time Dr. Sanger was there, had already eroded, because we do see smidgens of what we refer to as archaeologists archaic period kinds of stone. But at that time, most of those materials had likely been eroded. And we've seen a lot of evidence offshore as well in the region where scallop draggers, and there's been some work by Joe Kelly and others who have documented some of the offshore finds and how people may have been living much farther out than what they were during the ceramic period. So beyond the deep indigenous history, Fraser Point also holds a more recent but equally important history of African American heritage. Archival research by Marie Yarborough, who is curator at the National Park Service, suggests that around 1790, Thomas Fraser was potentially the first African-American settler in the region, and Thomas Frazier may have established a homestead at this location. And we know this, and I'm sorry, this is kind of difficult to see, and apologies to the Zoom folks, but if you look down here in this column here, this is Thomas Frazier's name. You'll notice he doesn't fall within the categories of free white males or free white females. But he falls in this kind of all other categories. So we think he was probably African American. There's been some speculation that he was a freed slave, but we don't have good evidence of that. In 1780, Revolutionary War records indicate that Thomas Frazier enlisted in Captain Henry Dyer's company of Rangers under Colonel John Allen. And then in 1790, this census shows Thomas Frazier being there. This is not the original census form. The original census form actually lists Thomas Frazier as mulatto, and it's written in the margin. So literally what you're seeing, how people are recording kind of marginalized peoples at that time is in the margin. And I think it's telling that he was in that space and documented in that space, but it's really a fascinating story. In 1820, records of Thomas Frazier ceased to exist. So we don't know what happened, whether or not he moved, whether or not he passed away. So there's a lot of information about what happened with Thomas Frazier after his occupation of Frazier Point, but he's named, this place is named after him. So here's an image of Frazier Point in the 1800s, just to give you a sense of the transformation of the landform. Just a few hundred years earlier, this point was likely dotted with birch bark wigwams and canoes along the shore. With this transformation of the land, it's important to realize that what accompanies this transformation is an erasure of the people oftentimes. And so Wabanaki people were probably no longer prominent on the landform at this time, but obviously had some connections to this land because we know they were there for millennia prior to. Like the archaeological research on the pre-contact lifeways at Frazier Point, investigations into some of the more interior areas of the point may also provide clues about Thomas Frazier and kind of the African-American use of this space. Thomas Frazier and his wife Mary and their children lived here, we believe. It may even be that the family, this family was the first settlement on the peninsula, or excuse me, on Frazier Point. As I mentioned, it's speculated that he was a freed slave, but more research is needed to confirm that. Some of what is known about Thomas Frazier is legend. We do see some evidence, some indicators that he may have operated a salt works at this location. And again, more research is needed. You'll note that there are a number of faunal species that were recovered in this kind of homestead area. And the homestead area, I'm going to scoot off screen again, show you that the homestead area is probably right around in this area. They were going to they planned some modifications to the public restrooms and did some archaeological work. But there's also evidence of foundations, homes in some of these other areas, likely the ones you saw on the image from the 1800s. You'll note in addition to kind of domestic animals, they also recovered deer and sea mink and probably other kinds of local fauna as well. So as you can see, this is a space where there's a robust kind of and diverse human history, and it's also threatened. And what you see here are several examples of erosion that is currently occurring, but also the image on the right is from the 1970s excavations. And so you can see that that is actually, I believe, Diane Kopek, who worked for Dr. Sanger. And you can see that at that time, the shoreline was eroding pretty severely. This image taken by Dr. Alice Kelly shows shell eroding out of the bank, and we also see the front of the point is getting hit pretty hard in terms of land loss. Here we have some examples of what happens to sites and how humans can impact, humans and climate change are impacting this particular location. Circled in red is a piece of what we call Kineo felsite. May not be from Kineo, but felsite or rhyolite that indigenous peoples used heat in this region pretty extensively, and that has eroded out of the shell heath site. On the right, you'll also note that there are fire pits, and those are also dotted on the landscape where the site is. So it's an active tourist visitation site. You see both picnic tables, and so there's a lot of activity here. And so what that does is that exposes the site and all of the materials that are coming out of the site to people who have an interest in collecting. Fortunately, we have some good federal laws that will prosecute if you're caught pulling artifacts from the shore. So in that respect, Fraser Point is probably better protected than some of our indigenous cultural heritage sites that are on private lands or even conservation lands. Nope. So how do we manage this? Well, the National Park Service has is mandated to consult with tribal nations, and that's something that goes along with their role as a federal agency. And in 2022, the Department of Interior and Agriculture directed agencies to take a legal review of their current land, water, and wildlife treaty obligations. And they put together this report that includes kind of a mandate to consult, integrate indigenous knowledge and decision-making, and maintain that government-to-government relationship that federal agencies in this country have with federally recognized tribes. So our work at Fraser Point is really well aligned with this. And it's really what we've done is we've taken a blended approach to heritage management in partnership with the National Park Service. We are moving toward co-stewardship and shared decision-making with the Park Service and Wabanaki nations. This means respectful and inclusive and ethical research practices. We try and implement what's called a two-eyed seeing model, where you see with an indigenous eye and a Western science eye, and bring those together in order to make decisions that benefit all. And it's also, the work is also facilitating reconnecting indigenous peoples to place, because as you saw, they were likely, they have been erased from the landscape through settlement and colonization. And so our work with Acadia National Park is really geared towards reconnecting people to place. Another angle to this research is education, and we are working hard to train the next generation of heritage scientists. We are trying to build an awareness in students of climate change impacts on heritage, and providing them with opportunities to engage with Wabanaki communities in their research and project designs. And as we send students out into the world, they need to be prepared in order to address climate change impacts on heritage and archaeological sites. And so the program that we're working on here, and I'll get into some of the details, is really one that is designed to not only serve Wabanaki communities, but to prepare our students for work in a changing climate kind of heritage environment. And we're also working to create a culture of service among our students through both archaeology and heritage stewardship. So our first step in kind of how we started this project dealt with the archaeological collections and all of the material that Dr. Sanger had accumulated through his work, as well as the work in the 1990s. Here's an image of how the Park Service curates those materials. And no Wabanaki person had ever had any contact with any of this material until we started working with the Park Service to bring those people and material culture in place together. So they've been locked away for about 50 years. So the first step that we took was to, I had the good fortune of working with a couple of very talented Wabanaki students, including Isaac St. John, and who is now a Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for the Maliseet Nation, and Natalie Dana Lola, who is doing consulting work on heritage education. Both students joined me in applying kind of this Wabanaki analysis to the artifacts. So we broke these materials out of the boxes and began to look at them through Wabanaki lenses, but also we began to share them with others. So one of the things, the students took kind of a two-pronged approach to analysis. They used Western archaeological conventions, attribute analyses, and they took the measurements and identified the materials and all the things that we do as archaeologists. But they also came up with a language list, a Passamaquoddy and Maliseet language list to use to describe some of the materials. And this really started to open our eyes about how Wabanaki people may interpret these kinds of things. So, and one example that I use is that the word for pot happens to be animate. And so having that animate framework points to maybe a different way to view that pot than some other kinds of materials. So it gives it more of a living kind of role in the community. So we've also conducted several Wabanaki and archaeologist workshops at Schoodic Institute, which is an educational institute that is associated with Acadia National Park. And we brought together Wabanaki elders and speakers with archaeologists in this first year, because we realized that Wabanaki people had not had the benefit of understanding how archaeologists approach their work and what was it that was being lost, because there had been no communication prior to this. And so we had archaeologists come in and talk about how we do archaeology and show people some of the material. And through that process, we strengthened our relationships, but we also began to understand what was important about these collections and what was valued by the community members. So the next year, we integrated students into our work in kind of bringing together Wabanaki people and material culture and archaeology. I did a 3-week May term course, and 1 week was spent at Schoodic Institute doing a collaborative review of kind of archaeological materials But we also worked with Libby Bischoff for the Osher Map Library to bring in maps of the area so that people could see how the landscape changed through time. We explored traditional practices such as cordage making and other things. Each student was tasked with creating what the Park Service calls a wayside. And that's just signage, because one of the things that Wabanaki community members complained about fairly quickly was that, you know, there's very little indicator that we were ever here. And so thinking about how we might make Indigenous peoples more visible on Wabanaki, or excuse me, on Fraser Point was one of our goals. This portion of the workshop, or this workshop, also included field work, and we partnered student and elder partners to measure shoreline erosion with Dr. Alice Kelly and Middenminders. We set up a baseline, and we did two things. We did an analog measurement to take data points so that we could monitor shoreline erosion. But we also are in the process of testing an iPhone app that will actually measure shoreline erosion. We're working with Kat Allen and Mike Scott and Alice Kelly to kind of develop that app, and it's still in production mode, I would say. But the students and the elders and community partners all tested that app while we were out there in 2023. So this is one of the waysides that was created by Elizabeth Rogers, who was a student in that course at that time. This takes Fraser Point and begins to make Indigenous peoples visible, not only through language, but talking about some of the work that is currently going on at Fraser Point, but some of the history as well. And so each student brought together a wayside, similar form or fashion, and the Park Service actually really liked this one. And so they're working to develop it, and hopefully soon, it takes a long time for the federal government to get things done, but hopefully soon this wayside will be out at Fraser Point. Additionally, Dr. Kat Allen has taken students out to do shoreline measurements as part of her ERS 315 course. And again, Fraser Point has served as a launching pad for students to have an opportunity to understand shoreline erosion and how that's affecting our heritage. And we continue to do this. We did this year as well. And students love it. It's really a wonderful experience for them to participate in this. Adding to kind of all of this work are a number of student research projects, and many of these projects emerge from our conversations with our Wabanaki partners. So for example, there was interest in kind of learning more about the Thomas Fraser homestead, and there hasn't been a lot of research done on the material culture from that location. But James Bilella looked at the historic ceramics, and we wondered if there might be some indicator of what's called colonial ware, and that is kind of an African-American ceramic technology that we see along the Atlantic coast. We haven't seen it this far north, or I suspect people may not even be looking. He wasn't able to confirm that there's colonial ware there, but what he did see is a really nice fingerprint on a pot. So that's always exciting. That really humanizes the material culture for people. And a faunal study was recently completed by Olivia Olson and Brenna Roy, and this was inspired from a flute, a bird bone flute that was recovered from Fraser Point, and I'm not going to steal Olivia's thunder because she's going to talk about that in her presentation. She just finished her thesis on that topic. But again, this flute was something that Wabanaki people had a real interest in, and so it inspired this faunal study. And then finally, education and outreach is really important to community partners, and so Deirdre McGrath, another one of my students, has put together a story map on Fraser Point that explores all of its diverse history, and that is another product that the Park Service will use in order to broaden their interpretation of Fraser Point to the public. And I must say to Wabanaki communities as well. So key takeaways from all of this work, there's an interconnectedness of history, culture, and climate change among people today. And there's certainly our contemporary experiences are shared in that. As we lose our heritage, as we lose heritage spaces, our descendants are not going to have access to them. And so when we think about documenting and preserving and stewarding these places, we think about it through the lens of future generations. And so if we don't have that kind of mindset, then that historic erasure is going to continue. So for generations following us. There's a real power in collaborative and community engaged research. And I think it begins to move people out of kind of their a narrow thought process and begins to bring new ideas and kind of unconventional ideas to our research. We are centering diverse knowledges and voices, and that's crucial as we begin to try and wrestle with how we're going to address stewardship. We don't have the answers yet. We haven't come to those answers yet as a group of people, but we can at least begin those conversations. Two-eyed seeing, as I mentioned, that gives people a holistic understanding that benefits all, and co-stewardship for effective and equitable preservation. So it's not just the Park Service deciding how to manage these spaces. It's the Park Service and Wabanaki community members as leaders. So with that, I'll stop. There are my references, and I'm happy to, I just want to say, this work is not conducted in a vacuum in any way. And it's really the product of longstanding relationships with people and entities and people who are committed to preserving our heritage in a collective way. And so I feel very fortunate to have had a number of wonderful partners in this project, and I expect that circle to grow. So with that, I'll stop and take any questions.
We do have time for some questions.
Yeah, one in the back there.
I have a question about terminology. Several months ago, I had the opportunity to visit shell heaps in Tasmania, Australia, with some Tasmanian Aborigines. And they have abandoned the use of the term midden because its etymology goes back to Middle Norse, meaning dung or manure. And still in English, midden can mean something that collect and store away. They now use the term living site for deposits of shells and other remains. I wonder if there's any movement in that direction with regards to
Yes. So one of the things we know about the shell heaps in the region is that they are not all kind of dumps, and oftentimes the term midden carries this connotation of being a trash dump. And I think even if you read some of the archaeological literature for the region, it will reference these places as dumps. But we know that people are buried at these locations, people bury their dogs at these locations. And so there has been a move to shift away from the term midden. People still use it, people still understand it, but I think there needs to be a greater awareness of the values that are tacked onto that particular word.
Thank you.
Mhm. Anything else? Nope. All right, thank you.
We have just one more event, quick event before we take a short break, and after this quick event, we will reconvene at 4:03 because we have one last talk for the afternoon. But please stay for the moment.
So Maddie, Xander, and I formed the CCI Jacobson Distinguished Service Award. And every year we are tasked with evaluating faculty and staff of CCI and deciding who is deserving of being awarded that distinction that year. So I'm going to go over the award criteria, and then Maddie will present the person who has been nominated for the award this year and our why they're being awarded that. And so we'll ask that person to come up here at the end. So the Jacobson Distinguished Service Award recognizes faculty and staff of the Climate Change Institute who have, over the course of their careers, performed outstanding service above and beyond their professional duties, often having a local, regional, or even global impact. Nominees are recommended and evaluated by a committee of 3 CCI students with historical perspectives from the previous year's recipient of the award. And in this case, this means Dr. Ivan Fernandez, who received the award last year. Nominees are evaluated by the magnitude of their impact, the value of their service to CCI and beyond, the extent to which that service has gone above and beyond their career professional accomplishments, and the length of their service to CCI. I'll turn it over to Maddie.
This year, we are honored and delighted to present the award to Dr. Bonnie Newsom. Whose presentation, I think, pretty well exemplifies how deserving she is of this award. She is an associate professor of anthropology and cooperating professor in the Climate Change Institute, and has an absolutely exceptional record of service. Service has been a consistent theme of Bonnie's career from its beginning, 25 years before joining CCI. In roles such as the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for the Penobscot Nation, and researcher focused on outreach and education related to Indigenous histories in what is today called Maine. As co-PI of the Center for Grading Indigenous Knowledges and Science, she helped guide efforts to ethically bring these knowledges together to address climate adaptation, food security, and cultural preservation in the region. Through initiatives like the Maine Archaeology Field School, she models service-based pedagogy, connecting students with Wabanaki community members and their priorities. Indeed, Bonnie has consistently demonstrated deep dedication to mentoring students. And these are just a few of the many, seriously, guys, look at her CV. It just goes on and on. Service in all facets of her work, and remains an inspiring role model for scholars in CCI and beyond. So thank you so much, Bonnie.
Thank you very much. It's really great. I'm really tired today, so it's gonna be a little hard, but I'm deeply, deeply appreciative of it. And yeah, I will cherish this. Thank you. And I encourage everybody to do more service.
So we will reconvene in about 12 minutes.
No.
All right, we've got one more session remaining. We've got a fantastic slate of speakers up. After the speakers, I do want to point out that we do have a poster presentation from a whole slew of other participants in CCI, other grad students. So I would strongly encourage you after this session to go spend some time. They'll be by their posters, ready to answer any and all questions you've got. Also, we are aware of whatever's going on with Zoom. Right now, we're pretty sure we're good. So we're just gonna stick with it and roll as much as we can. But our first speaker today will be Corey Limburger, who will be discussing spatial distribution of trace metal chemistry in saline surface water in West Greenland. So the recording is on. Take it away, Corey.
Great, thanks. Afternoon, everybody. My name's Corey. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about some of the field work that I was involved with in the summer of 2024 up on the west coast of Greenland from Sysmut to Ilulissat. I'll start with a little bit of an introduction, background to what we're doing, some of the objectives of this work, and then talk about where we went, what we did, how we did it, and then some of the early results that are coming from it and some of their implications. So just to start off with a bit of an introduction. Oh, no, that's okay, I got it. Yeah. So a little bit of an introduction so as we all know, the Greenland ice sheet is melting, and with this increased amount of water, there is interest in how this melting is going to impact coastal environment and the surrounding environment. And it's a couple of the ways that I've been looking at this is there's a legacy contaminants that have been stored in the Greenland ice sheet due to atmospheric deposition over time. And so those are being washed out with this increased meltwater. There's also enhanced erosion from the increased melting of the Greenland ice sheet. And so this increases the discharge of sediment, glacial rock flour, and into the marine environment through directly into coastal environments through subglacial discharge, and then also through proglacial rivers into fjord ecosystems. So in this talk, I'm going to focus on trace and heavy metals in the marine coastal environment and some of the sampling work we did to try to assess. So some of the broader research objectives of this work is to develop a multi-parameter baseline of Greenland water quality. So this was the second year of reconnaissance sampling that happened up the west coast of Greenland. The first year was in 2022 in the southwestern part of Greenland, and focused on glacial meltwater in lakes, ponds, streams, rivers, and marine surface samples in coastal areas. The regional focus on West Greenland is due to a number of water quality controls in West Greenland. This is things like diverse geology, the number of the intensity of resource extraction in the area, things like mining, fishing, tourism, as well as we heard earlier today, number of glaciers that are transitioning from marine terminating to land terminating in the area. So trying to create a broad spatial array that gives a baseline of what the water chemistry looks like currently, and hopefully that will inform going forwards sources of change in water chemistry as the ice sheet melts, and as there's more and more anthropogenic impacts in the area due to intensification of development. So give you a little overview of what I was a part of in 2024. We took a boat up the west coast of Greenland from Sysmut to Ilulissat. We collected both coastal and terrestrial samples. You can see on the map over here, we started in Sysmut and went up the up north, up the coast of mainland Greenland, up to Asiat, which is around that orange dot, and then over to Disco Island, around the southeast coast of Disco Island, back into some fjords north of Arv Prinsens Island, and then down along the east coast of that smaller island, and then back to into a number of fjords in Greenland, and then down to Ilulissat. In total, we collected 165 surface water samples, including 103 seawater samples, 43 stream and river samples, and 19 lake and pond samples. All of our coastal samples were collected from on board the sailboat Arctic Earth. Every time the boat was moving, we were sampling. So we were sampling on every hour or half hour, depending on the location. And one of those legs was overnight. So we did shifts overnight in the boat, particularly from just north of Sisimiut up to Asiat. So as long as the boat was moving, we were sampling. And then we had a Zodiac boat on board the sailboat, and we would access land with that. So just want to say a little bit about that boat. This is a picture of it here. The Arctic Earth is an aluminum hulled Good Hope 56-foot sailboat, and is specifically designed to be sailed for Arctic waters. It has a shallow draft to it and a real sturdy design, which allowed us to get into the fjord areas in narrow and tight and shallow areas, as well as push quite far into ice-covered areas as far as we could, in order to get as close to terrestrial sampling sites as we could. It's a relatively small craft for like oceanographic work, and this allowed us to have being a sailboat, it allowed us to cover a large spatial area, but then it also gave us the flexibility to alter our plans and get into these smaller areas. So this kind of size sailboat for this kind of spatial array was pretty perfect. So here's just a few photos from the boat. Our onboard sampling method, we took these acid cleaned polyethylene vials that many of you, I'm sure, are familiar with, and attached it to the end of a PVC pipe, and then scooped the water while the boat was moving from the front of the boat to avoid contamination from the boat itself. And then the terrestrial sampling that we did was more conventional. We'd launch the Zodiac from the boat and then hike into pre-identified locations that we'd planned out. And then the third picture is just a little bit of planning that was done on board. So as many of you know, in these areas, there's not much infrastructure and weather can change all the time. So we were constantly every day looking, trying to plan our route, see what we were going to do for the next day, and make the best decisions possible given the conditions we had. So now look at a little bit of basic results just from this won't be any of the terrestrial stuff, just the saline, the sea surface data. So these are some of the trace metal data there. This is just a picture of the correlations of the trace metal across the spatial array. So predictably, we see the lanthanide series is all correlated with each other because they all tend to come in similar sources in bedrock. But interestingly here, the neodymium is not correlated. And then there's a couple other groups of correlations that I just thought were kind of interesting. Uranium, lithium, rubidium, molybdenum, and vanadium all showed a correlation across the spatial array. And then a second group of manganese, thorium, cadmium, zirconium, barium, and titanium were all related to each other, correlated rather. And then one significant result that we're seeing is across the spatial array, there was high copper concentration. So up in the left corner here is a map that shows the top 25% of all of the values for copper that we saw in the area. And you can see that they're focused in a couple of different areas. And then down below is a plot of the sort of range of copper concentrations, and there's a red line down below there that marks an international threshold level out of New Zealand, Australia for health standards for the marine environment for copper concentrations. So it just shows that at least the preliminary results we're getting seem to be showing very much higher, or a majority of results has a higher concentration than this health standard that's been set for the marine environment. And one potential reason for this could be, or source of this is potentially sediment and stream sediment. So here's a map of stream sediments put out by GEOS, the Danish Geological Society. And you can see those two red dots are areas where we found very high copper concentrations, and upstream of them in those little black figures show greater than 300 parts per million copper concentration in sediment. So seems like upstream from where we found high sediment levels are very high sediment levels found. And then briefly, because my time's running out, it's important to keep track and monitor these, because they can provide, some of these things like copper provide a benefit to the biology in the environment, but at certain concentrations, they can also become toxic. And this is just showing numeric health standards for that exist for 5 international standards exist for 5 metals. And then some of these can also bioaccumulate, which can cause issues for people that feed on like large fish and marine mammals. And so it can cause health problems for the Greenlanders that live in these areas. And so just leave you with some of our future directions. The rapid development pressure coinciding with rapid climate change adds the importance of establishing this water quality baseline and continue consistent monitoring water quality parameters in the area. So out of time, so welcome questions.
Probably have time for one question.
Yeah. Sure, yeah. We did sail a bit, but we also did motor some as well. Yeah, there definitely were still conditions. And some of the sailing that we did kept us moving at a relatively slow pace. So depending on what our time constraints were, we would alter that.
Thank you, Corey. Next up, we will have Kaylee Manella, who will be telling us about spatial and temporal variability in density and liquid water content in wet fern on the Juneau ice field in Alaska. So just give me a second to pull that up. Take it away.
Thank you. And as Thomas said, I'll be presenting today on what's going on in wet fern on the Juneau ice field in Alaska. Now, the Juneau ice field is on Tlingit-on-Yee, which is on the traditional and unceded territories of the Taka River Tlingit, who have stewarded and cared for this land since time immemorial. Now, the research question driving this presentation today is, how do liquid water content and density vary spatially and temporally in wet fern? Now, this is a big question and has implications for how we will study mountain glaciers and ice sheets as the climate warms. Quite a big question, in fact, that is tough to cover in 10 minutes. So what we will talk about today is what we can infer, at least qualitatively, about liquid water content from repeat radar observations. So first of all, you might be thinking, what is fern? Great question. So fern is snow that has remained after the primary ablation or melt season. And this is what's actively densifying into glacier ice. And so this schematic here on the right is demonstrating where our fern layer is. And we have a whole bunch of layers that are going on. So pay attention to that feature, which is indicative of past annual accumulation and ice lensing. Now, to preface this, what we might expect in terms of liquid water content, at least in the snow, which is above our fern layer, is that at lower elevations that are more proximal to the coast, this is warmer and wetter. And then at higher elevation, we would expect this to be colder and drier. We care about meltwater and fern because this affects mass retention. We care about what's going on with glaciers worldwide, as Renee was mentioning, and affecting mass retention of, will these glaciers be holding on to this water, buffering contributions to sea level rise, is a really important question. And in the future, we expect there to be more meltwater present in fern. So these figures on the right are from the Fern Symposium team's paper in 2024, demonstrating on the left the current distribution of liquid water or meltwater in fern and the future predicted meltwater in fern. So we expect more in the future. And this adds complexity to our interpretations of geophysical data, which is one of the primary tools that we can use to study this important layer in our glacier environment. Again, our field site is located in Southeast Alaska, which is indicated with this pink box. And we're focused, like Renee was pointing out, on the southern portion of the Juneau ice field. And we like this as a study site because this is a temperate glacier system where we have wet fern. This is relatively easy to access, especially in the summer months when we have primary ablation going on, and we know liquid water content or liquid water is present in this environment. Additionally, we have a wealth of historical, both geophysical and mass balance data sets to reference these back to. So last summer, we collected a very massive team data collection effort where we conducted a whole slew of different radar surveys that were repeated across a lot of the southern portion of the ice field here. And in addition to that, we concurrently collected ground truthing methods like fern cores. So what I'll focus on in this presentation are these first two aspects here, which are our common offset 400 megahertz radar and fern cores. Now, you've all been reminded about radar from Renee. This is a much higher frequency system, and so it's only going to penetrate about 30 meters into our near surface here. And again, our question is, what can we infer about liquid water content from these repeated radar observations? What I'll be showing you next is radar profiles going from low elevation. If you can see my cursor on the screen here for folks on Zoom and in the room, low elevation on the middle of Taku Glacier around 1,000 meters, all the way up to this orange star just over 1,400 meters. So high elevation or low elevation to high elevation, and we're getting a little bit more proximal to the coast, which is located on the edge of this map. Now, brief refresher, what is GPR or radar doing for us? So radar is sending an electromagnetic signal into the subsurface, and we're listening for that signal to return to the surface when it does so when it interacts with layers of different electrical properties. Now, what describes those electrical properties is a term called relative permittivity. And relative permittivity here is affected strongly by liquid water content, and it is also affected by density, both the properties that I'm interested in this area. So here again is a reference to the data that I'll be showing you. And I'd like to just orient you to the first or what we're looking at before I let our fun data play. So I'm interested in fern, which if you see my cursor here, this is a long flat reflector. This is the bottom of our accumulation layer or the top of our fern layer. And then our last discernible horizon here is what we interpret as our fern ice transition. And so I'm interested in what's going on in the middle of that layer. And then the top of this figure is showing our elevational profile along our area of interest. Now, we did something I find pretty unique in long glacier surveys, which is we surveyed this area 3 times within, and you can see this is just over 20 kilometers. We surveyed this area 3 times within a 2-week period. And so we're in the middle of the melt season. It's warm, and we expect there to be liquid water. So what I'm going to play for you is first we have a first collection on the 9th, a second collection a week later, and then one 5 days following that. So in this GIF, this GIF shows that fern layer that we're interested in right in the middle here. We see a lot of increasing fern layer definition. And this could be due to two different things, perhaps more ice lensing or actually bigger layers, but not quite likely in such a short time period, I would say. Or this could also be an effect of how our liquid water content is changing over time, which is what I am most interested in. So I mentioned that we also collected repeated fern cores at the high elevation end of this site. And so to orient you to the first figure that I'll show here, the axis or the y-axis is depth, and that's in terms of centimeters. The first x-axis on the bottom is density, and then the x-axis on the top is our relative permittivity. And so we collected 3 cores concurrent with our radar profiles. And so this is a lot to look at, where we have our dots representing permittivity and lines representing density. And what I want to draw your attention to is what's happening inside the box with respect to the dots and outside of the boxes that I've added here. So when we think about relative permittivity in a snow and glacier environment, dry snow is typically less than 2.2 in terms of our relative permittivity, and that's a unitless measure. And so that's what's in the white. Everything above that is either much more dense or it has a greater liquid water content. And what I want to point out to you is, and you'll notice with the dots representing permittivity, is that in our upper 2 to 4 meters, we have much higher permittivities in both the first day and our second day of collection. But then on our third day, there are much more data points within our dry range. And so what this leads me to infer from this is that based on our radar principles, that this decreased permittivity over time is leading to less scattering in our snow layer above our fern. And this is letting more energy reach fern. And so we can draw an analogy to something that we all experience is, we go outside and we have clouds. You're getting way less sunlight than you would if you have a bright, sunny, blue sky day. And so we have much more energy able to get to the layers of interest. And so to return to the question that I posed to you in the beginning that we could answer here is about what we can infer qualitatively about liquid water content, is that first, liquid water here is highly variable on very short time scales within 2 weeks. And the example that I showed you is unique in that it goes in the opposite direction that we might think, and that it gets drier over time. But I think that's a fun example to exemplify how different the system acts versus what we might expect. And further, what this says to me is that our layer definition, which is something we can draw on to get to these properties, is affected by snow wetness. So as Renee was mentioning, we have our radar energy is already being dissipated with depth, but when we have liquid water in our snow, which is dispersed rather than a planar reflector, this reduces the amount of energy that could possibly cause those reflections. So something to keep in mind. And then getting back to this larger question driving this research, future work will focus on quantifying this rather than doing a quantitative analysis with multi-offset surveys. And quick plug, Keegan in our group is defending at the beginning of May, focused on snow and this process. So I would recommend that on top of all the wonderful defenses we have. And then further, we can verify these with our in situ and point measurements. And so thank you to our field team and funding sources. And yeah, looking forward to all your defenses and support.
We have time for a quick question, if anybody has one in mind.
I would just ask, the striations in the fern, are those annual?
Well, we don't have enough resolution data yet to know if they're annual, or rather this area has a lot of prominent ice lensing that can be relatively thick. And so are there multiple layers within what we could call an annual layer or not is to be determined. But with the work that we're doing and the frequency that we can continue to go back, hopefully that's something we can answer.
Thank you very much, Caitlin.
Thank you.
Next up, we've got Pratama, who will be telling us about the impact of temperature and precipitation on growth and survival of tree seedlings. So just give me a second to pull it up. Take it away.
Hi everybody, I'm Pratima Fahade. I'm a PhD candidate in plant science. I'm advised by John Zhang from SPE. Today I'm going to talk about impact of temperature and precipitation on growth and survival of tree seedlings. It's a comparative analysis of conifer and deciduous species conducted here in Northeast Maine. I'm just going to do a little bit of recap on something that we all know about. The projection that shows is there's going to be up to 14% decline in mean summer precipitation, which is going to lead us to more inconsistent and unpredictable precipitation pattern here in Northeast. Regarding temperature, there's going to be up to 4.6 degrees Celsius increase in mean summer temperature, which is leading us to a higher average annual temperature and something that we already know. Because of the climate change and changing temperature and precipitation pattern that's happening, something in the field of ecology that we talk about is about assisted migration. And it is one of the way to help planet species survive, and it's a climate change adaptation strategy. And that's what I'm trying to explore in my study. So a little bit recap on assisted migration. By definition, it's a human-aided relocation of species or genotypes to new location in anticipation of or in response to environmental change, such as climate shift. There are different kind of assisted migration you could call. First one is you could translocate individuals of a species within their current geographic range. And another way is you could translocate a species out of their current geographic range. And the last one is you could translocate a species out of their geographic range, which is non-native range. We also call this exotic translocation. Now, why is this important is that it's a one way to help the tree species, but the problem is that we don't have enough field experiments on assisted migration, and partly because there are some of the critics in this field who think that there is a potential ecological risk that comes with it, and it might cause introduction of non-native species. But then also there are other side of the critics that argue that we may need more field-based experiment in order to actually come to that conclusion and to evaluate the risk and benefit of assisted migration. And without field-based experiment, we won't be able to operationalize species or forest-assisted migration in the context of climate change. So motivation really is that climate change is happening at a faster and unprecedented rate, or then plants can adapt or migrate. And what it's causing is it's expected to decouple forestry species from climates that they have been habitat or they have been sitting there for thousands of generations. And what projections also say is that we can look at a right side is in Northeast, northern boreal tree species are projected to have reduction in suitable habitat. Southern species will have increase in the suitable habitat, and common species are predicted to decline often common hotter scenarios. So what this does is this decoupling of forestry population from their suitable climate habitat presents an evolutionary dilemma, which means either plants have to adapt, either they have to migrate, or they will be extirpated from wherever they are living in. So what this causes a high likelihood that climate change will negatively impact forest health, forest ecosystem, their productivity. And assisted migration is a climate change adaptation strategy that warrants critical examination. So the goal of my research is one of the chapters of my research is to evaluate the effects of varying temperature regimes on growth and survival of northeastern US trees and assess how these effects may vary between latitude, and also to improve our understanding of forestry assisted migration efforts in northeastern US. Now, one of the key concepts that's important for us to understand before going into the details of my findings is if you were to think about bringing a plant from nursery in Maryland or in New York, and if you plant the same tree species in low latitude versus high latitude, it's going to have a different effect with the increasing temperature. If you plant the tree species in low latitude, and increasing temperatures is going to have negative effect for the plants in low latitude because of the optimal temperature range shift. Whereas in a high latitude, it's going to benefit that tree species because of the longer growing season. And the reason that increasing temperature will cause longer growing season is plants in the northern hemisphere are already operating below their thermal range. So in order to understand whether or not plants in my experiment will be affected the same way, I planted tree species across different growth range in Maine, across 6 different sites. The sites are highlighted, the stars in the map
We planted trees in University of Maine at Fort Kent, University of Maine at Orono, Schoodic Institute, Holby College, UMaine at Farmington, and University of New England in Bedford. We planted this tree in a common garden setting, and these sites, all of the 6 sites span around 4 degrees of latitude, 5 USDA plant hardiness zones, and approximately 3 degrees Celsius summer temperature gradient. We selected these trees, 12 tree species, based on the main growing range, whether they grow in southern Maine, throughout the Maine or central Maine. And also based on taxonomic group, whether they're gymnosperm, whether they're angiosperm, and their future habitat shift in southern Maine, whether it will increase, decrease, or there will be no change. And then future habitat shift in northern Maine, whether it will increase, decrease, or there will be no change. We planted these plants in a randomized complete block design. It's a massive design, and each of the field sites have the same experimental design. So in each site, we have 2 plots. The plots are planted in a gap of the forest and edge of the forest. And even in edge of the forest and gap of the forest, we have 2 kind of soil conditions. One is the native soil of that site, and one is the commercial soil that we bought from nursery. And in each of the plots, we have each planted species replicated 6 times, which means we have a total of 24 plants of each species in each site. And that totals to 288 plants of each species each site. And then we multiply 288 by 6 sites, means we have a massive planted species that are planted in each site for this study. So what we did was, when we planted the experiment in 2018, initially we recorded plant height and plant tree diameter. And then we also recorded mortality or survival, we could call it. And we let the plant sit there for 5 years. And then after 5 years in 2023, we again went and look at the plants, and we looked at the tree height, tree diameter, and the mortality rate of those plant species. So what we found was, what I did was I pulled all of the weather variables from Climate Prism website of the Oregon State University. And then use these weather variables to plot together with the survival and growth patterns, and ran this multivariate analysis. And what I found was precipitation is positively related to the growth rates, and temperature and SPI is negatively related to survival rate, meaning that if temperature increases, or SPI is an indicator of drought index. So if both of these increases, it's going to have negative effect to the survival, but then if precipitation increases, it's going to have positive effect for the growth. And then I used I used precipitation temperature and SPI, which are drought index, to model with growth and survival traits. In this presentation, I'm only going to talk about the effect of temperature on survival and the growth, because there's a lot of sets of data. So when modeling survival with temperature, what we found was, if we look at all of these species, I'm not going into detail, but the key finding is that these are the temperature range 4 degrees Celsius to 8.5 degrees Celsius. Now, if 4 degrees could be the temperature of Fort Kent, and 8.5 degrees Celsius could be the temperature of University of New England in Bedford, which is a southernmost site. So what we found was, if you look at each individual species, we found most species perform better in a cooler temperature sites. However, there is exception. If you look at eastern red cedar, it has higher survival in higher temperature site. And it's also a southern species. And if you look at loblolly pine, most of the plant species died. So it means that all of this temperature range is not suitable for loblolly pine. And chestnut oak, that's exception, it has a similar survival rate across all temperature ranges. And also we have the plotting of, if you look at these red lines, blue lines, and then dotted red and dotted line, those are the interactions of the, if you remember from experimental design, those are the interactions of the position of the plotting and then the soil type. So what we found was, we found the highest survival rate in a edge of the forest, and also in a native soil condition. If you look at the relative height growth, it's the same kind of graph. It's same kind of graph, but only in the background I have the plotting of my own data. What we also found is we have the highest relative height growth of most species in cooler temperatures, but then in this case at the smaller gaps in the forest interior. But there is one exception. If you look at Virginia pine, it has highest relative height growth rate in high temperature. Again, this is a southern species too. So there were many plant individuals that survived, but then also there were few individuals which declined in height. Then they were planted in 2018, and we wanted to quantify that percentage of individuals that decline in height, and then we modeled that with the temperature. So what we found was there were 2 sites. If you look at blue and green dots, those are Schoodic and Holby site. In these 2 sites, we found highest individuals of the plants that decline in height. And also, if we were to further look into details of it, in these 2 sites alone, we have black cherry and all species of oak that decline in their height. Now it could be because of the pest predator herbivory effect and those kind of things, and we're still trying to figure out what actually caused that to happen. So the key takeaway message from here is we found the higher survival and growth rate of most species at cooler temperatures, even though the food cane could experience lowest winter minimum temperature. And in this case, it could be because of local adaptation, and assisted migration could play a viable strategy to help a species in this place. And we also found higher survival of most species in native soil, which could be because of the soil composition of that place, local environmental factor. Again, moisture availability could play a role. And we also found higher survival of most species at the forest edge, and again, direct access to light and less competition could play a role in this context. These are my acknowledgements. Collaborators who helped in setting up the project in different university main campuses, funding mainly from Scudic Institute, and then Mayfield's grant from UMaine. So thank you. I'd like to take questions.
We have time for a couple questions.
I was curious, did you purposely not include red spruce in the species that were studied?
So when the plantation was done in 2018, and when this project was finalized, I was not as a part of that project, and it has already been finalized. But then in 2023, when I recorded the data, I was involved in that project. So I actually don't know about the core details on why red spruce was not included in the project. Let me see.
Just curious what non-native pests and non-native soil that y'all were using.
Okay, so for example, there are certain kind of pests and diseases that are found in certain kind of places, right? But then if you bring a completely different plant species that doesn't grow in this area, the new kind of pest and disease might emerge when you plant in a new location. That's what we're referring to non-native pest and disease.
So they're really
Could be, yeah, the smaller kind of pests and insects that might affect the leaf and the bark of the stems.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Professor Anthony Maffa of UMaine Law, who will be telling us about polluter pays and climate superfund law. Take it away.
All right. Hello. As was said, I'm Anthony Maffa. I teach at Maine Law. I'm affiliated faculty here at CCI. I've been part of the UMaine COP delegation for the past 3 years. You'll hear from some of them in a few moments. But I'm going to take my time to talk a little bit about my own research into climate, what are now being called climate superfund laws that are being passed in some states. And I want to do a little bit of historical table setting and then talk very particularly about a couple elements of these things. So historical table setting, these words, there's still time to save the world's peoples from the catastrophic consequence of pollution, but time is running out. These are the words of Frank Eichard, 1965, speaking to the American Petroleum Institute. He was the president of the institute when he said that. Right, I start this talk with that because the logic behind these laws is largely based on this idea that the fossil fuel industry is responsible for the harm that climate is causing and the costs of climate change that we're experiencing. And a lot of that research and discussion ties everything back to this era in the 1960s and 70s when the research was first being put in front of them. And this is them sort of acknowledging that reality. A little further along in the historical journey, this is about the polluter pays principle, which is sort of the underlying theoretical justification for these climate superfund laws. This is language from the OECD, which first adopted the polluter pays principle as a sort of fundamental principle of internalizing the externality of pollution that all good economic policy should aspire to. This is a map of state climate litigation that attempts to hold the fossil fuel industry financially responsible for the cost of climate adaptation. Maine is not on this map. This map is a little outdated. Maine filed its suit through the AG's office last summer. There are a bunch of these cases working their way through the courts right now. So that's sort of and these cases are all relying on common law and existing statutory obligations, which I won't get into for a non-law audience, but just know this is sort of the backdrop of this, which is the news story, which are these statutory enactments now in Vermont and New York are the only two that have been enacted into law. But as you can see on the map, there are a bunch of others, including one in our legislature this session, proposed bills that would hold the fossil fuel industry financially accountable in terms of paying for and they would do that through paying the cost of adaptation. And so what I want to do is just quickly get, for this audience, focus on one aspect of this. So this is the language from the statute. I don't want to spend too much time on it. I want to just highlight a few words here, which are something I talk a lot about, which is why we call them Superfund laws. It's because we are likening them to CERCLA, which is as you probably all know, the way that we pay for the cleanup of hazardous waste sites in the United States. Key features of that liability are that liability is strict, right, without fault, and that there are these recovery demands and it's retroactive. And so what does that look like in the climate context? This is the equation that these laws essentially enact, right? So we have a demand to a responsible party who is in this case, fossil fuel industry player, right? That is if you want to think about this as an algebra equation, that's the X we're solving for, right? So we have to get all the other variables. So how are we getting those variables is what I'm interested in talking about today. So let's talk about the right-hand side of the equation first. The responsible party's share of greenhouse gas emissions. Hold your thought there. Let's look at the bottom, the denominator, total greenhouse gas emissions. Both the Vermont, New York statute, every statute I'm aware of says we're going to use a global denominator on the right-hand side of this equation. What are we talking about in terms of the top number? How are we figuring out what the responsible party, so in this case, like a fossil fuel entity like Shell, what is their share of greenhouse gas emissions? So both New York and Vermont statutes use conversion figures to convert extracted fossil fuels into the emissions that they will represent ultimately when they are burned. Right? These are the numbers from the New York statute. They're very similar to the ones in the Vermont statute, though the Vermont statute doesn't enact their own formula. It just borrows from EPA data that is sort of surprisingly still available online if you go look for it today. They're roughly the same. So you get the idea, 1 million pounds of coal is roughly 940 half metric tons of CO2 equivalent is how they're counting that. So that gets you the right-hand side of the equation. How do we get to the left-hand side of the equation? Well, there's two parts of this. Obviously, I'm trying to get to the number we're asking them for. I, for one, when I started looking into this, this bottom denominator is a number that how do we get there, right? What is the cost to any individual state of climate change? In other words, what is it going to cost to adapt to climate change? Now, in Vermont, the Vermont legislature in its wisdom said, okay, treasurer of the state of Vermont, it's your job to figure out that number. You have until 2026 to do it. In the state of New York, they said it's $75 billion over the next 25 years, $3 billion a year. Right now we have all those numbers, we can get to the demand number. Well, all of your laughter sort of indicates, I think, a potential vulnerability of the New York law, which is that what is the basis of that $75 billion figure? Now, the petroleum industry that's attacking these laws, that's one of the ways they're attacking these laws. That number feels arbitrary, right? And if it feels arbitrary, it's potentially violative of due process. It's potentially not enforceable, potentially unconstitutional. In fact, there is federal litigation in both Vermont and New York alleging that these statutes are unconstitutional, and that's one of the grounds on which they do that. Vermont statute, as I said, takes a little bit more cautious approach and tasks a regulatory agency with coming up with this number. Now, what are they looking at to reach that number? So let me see if I have, sorry, I got too far down the road here. All right, let's go back. So what are they reaching? What are they looking at to figure out this number? So there's a bunch of different adaptation costs that they're essentially tabulating to reach that number, right? Infrastructure, stealing against climate change, for lack of a better way of describing it. Infrastructure improvements that need to be made in Vermont, in particular, flooding, et cetera, right? But they're also looking at improvements that need to be made to individual homes, businesses. They're trying to accumulate the costs of adaptation over, in New York's case, 25 years, right? So what is it going to cost the state to adapt to climate change over 25 years? That even the Vermont approach is a difficult one. Will be interesting to see how they justify it. Let's just say it that way. The reason that I'm honing in on that figure, that denominator, without that denominator, we can't get to the top number, which is the number we're demanding of any individual fossil fuel entity. And so these statutes are going to purport to task administrators in Vermont and New York and potentially Maine, if we enact a statute like this, with sending a bill to individual fossil fuel entities that have done business in their state. And I haven't talked about, and I won't talk about the sort of what the universe of those potential responsible parties is with respect to the relationship to the state. Suffice to say, you have to have done business in the state is basically all that's required in these laws, right? They just need to be subject to the jurisdiction of the state at all for the state to send you a bill. In order to figure out what that bill is, we need that bottom number. And I, for one, am interested in the folks in this room's thoughts about how we get to that bottom number in a way that's defensible in court, right? Because that's not my specialty. I don't know the answer to that. And I'd love to have some good answers for the people who are asking questions. And so just as a way of sort of closing, I can't talk about this subject without talking about what's happening right now to some others in my field who are doing work on this. This is Professor Rachel Rothschild, who is at University of Michigan Law School. She's been targeted by the fossil fuel industry for work on this very subject. It is very contentious. The President of the United States last week, in an executive order, I think it was April 8th or 9th, specifically called out these bills as problematic, for lack of that's a kind of a nice way of saying it. And so I just want to, I think it's useful to end there just to point out the sort of controversy around this and potentially the usefulness that some of your research could provide to bolstering them if you think they're a good idea. So I'll stop there. We have time for a couple questions.
So Anthony, so beyond the cost of adaptation, the cost of putting in riprap or something like that, there's the cost of things that you can't adapt to, like someone dies at a higher probability or is that part of the total cost of it?
No, that's not what they're doing, because they're not trying to make these liability statutes in the sense that they're imposing like personal injury costs, right? Which is very much modeling circular liability, which is about cleaning up the site. It's interested in restoration, not in personal injury liability. That's a good question.
Has any state had success sending bill and getting money back?
These are brand new. They're passed in 2024, so no one has sent a bill yet.
Shell companies and LLCs that it would be really hard to decide who's the responsible party and who's not.
Yeah, I didn't get into. They both of them have a threshold of essentially 1 billion metric tons equivalent, right? So if your calculation doesn't reach that threshold, you're not going to get a bill, right? So individual people in Vermont and New York don't have to freak out that they're going to get a bill from the state for their contribution to climate change, right? We're talking about the major players, right? If you're familiar with the Carbon Majors report, a lot of this is based off of that idea, right? We can tie it to the top emitter, top fossil fuel company. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Jamie, Holly, and Haley, who will be reporting on the first week's delegation to this year's COP29 UN Climate Conference.
Oh, have I lost it? Oh, main motivation.
Hi, everyone. We are the University of Maine School of Law's
week one COP29 delegation. We are all 3L, so we will be graduating from law school in May. Jamie and I are both pursuing the Oceans and Environmental Law certificate, so we focused on topics at COP that were mostly oceans related. And then Holly has a specific interest in Indigenous people, so she focused her research on that. But you'll hear briefly from each of us. We're sharing time, so we only have 2 minutes each. So I focused on small island developing states and their negotiations at COP. So COP29 was dubbed the Finance COP. And this is because 2 big ticket items were the Fund for Loss and Damages and the new collective quantified goal, which is the NCQG. And small island states and AOSIS, which is the negotiating bloc that represents small island states, have advocated for more money to help mitigate and adapt to climate change since the early 1990s. It wasn't until COP27 when the Loss and Damage Fund was actually agreed to. And so at this COP, they were trying to operationalize the fund, which means determine how much goes into the fund, who gets to pull out of it, and all of that fun stuff. I'm focusing on the NCQG, which is the goal, which was established in the Paris Agreement, and it was $100 billion per year. It had to be updated by 2025, so that's why it was on the negotiating table at COP29. AOSIS and small island developing states wanted a figure to be agreed to that was in the trillions of dollars. They couldn't put an exact number on a dollar amount, but they said it was at least trillions for adaptation and mitigation to climate change that was already happening. But they also wanted loss and damages to be included in the NCQG. There was a lot of contentious negotiations, and one small island state in particular, Papua New Guinea, did not show up to the negotiations in COP. They were essentially boycotting because they were tired of the empty promises. In week 2, the AOSIS, small island states, and least developed countries negotiators walked out of the negotiations because they felt like they weren't being heard, and eventually were called back in by the presidency of the COP to reach an agreement before COP ended. Ultimately, they agreed to $300 billion a year until 2030. And AOSIS, the lead negotiator for AOSIS, said that this number is insufficient, and small island states and AOSIS will continue to push for more money to be added to this fund and to the NCQG in the future. So overall, AOSIS and small island states were negotiating for more money, and they once again did not get that. This has been going on since the 1990s, like I said, but they are not losing hope, and they will come in the next years to advocate for themselves more. So that's mine. I'll turn it over to Jamie.
Up and down or side to side?
Side to side.
Okay. Hi, I'm Jamie. I am very interested in oceans in particular within the Oceans and Environmental Law certificate at Maine Law. And I actually studied abroad in Norway at the Arctic University of Norway in the fall semester that COP took place, and got to learn Indigenous people's rights and law of the sea at the Norwegian Center for the Law of the Sea. And so I am especially interested in UNCLOS, which is an abbreviation for the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Going into COP and doing the background research and getting myself set up, I knew there wasn't much on oceans and ocean related issues in the UNFCCC. And so unlike Haley, I wasn't following all of the like big ticket negotiation tracks. So I wasn't attending the like actual official negotiations among parties and things like that. So I focused a lot of my time at the Oceans Pavilion, which was run mostly by the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute and Scripps. And they put on a lot of really eye-opening, for me, insightful expert panels on a lot of different issues. And having studied as much as I can so far international environmental law, focusing on the oceans, I had a bit of background in UNCLOS and the UNFCCC, and then the BB&J is a relatively new international legal instrument, and that stands for biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. And so UNCLOS is mostly, it takes a lot of topics and puts it into one like law or convention. And BB&J focuses on more of the actual like environmentalism part of things. And so I wanted to see if the ocean is not that present in the UNFCCC, then like how do we protect it, as really there's just like one big global ocean. You can think of it as the seven separate ones, but for the most part, they're all connected and it's one big system. And that obviously doesn't respect geopolitical boundaries that we sort of layer on things. The fish are going to go where the fish go. They're not going to be like, no, I'm across the border, like you can't catch me. You know, as one example, so let alone dumping or climate change or sea level rise, like how do we actually globally, collectively get together and like do something about it, not just do lots of like hand wringing and, oh no, it's a problem, what are we going to do? Like, okay, but like what and how and when? And so I just am interested in the sort of like high level aspect of how all of these different things can come together. The top right picture is just, it was like a pinch me, how is this real moment to just be at COP. And so that's just a picture of the Oceans Pavilion. And then the bigger photo on the bottom is, I like felt like I struck gold as far as my research focus for COP. There was just this really fantastic panel on basically what I was studying, and like looking to find out more about at COP. And so this, and I'm, I'm a big visual learner and understander of things. And so this graphic brings together and like quite literally maps out where they all apply in different parts of the ocean. And then, so you can kind of see how there's interaction and or not among and between different international legal instruments. So you can see BB&J towards the surface of the water in the center of the graph. RFMO is regional fisheries management organizations, which is, as you can imagine, really just to do with catching fish and commercial fishing. And then all of these other ones, which I don't have time to get into. And then my see also comparison is there was an attempt recently at a plastics treaty also under the UN, but those negotiations ultimately fell apart. And so I'm interested as well in like how recent treaties like the BB&J succeed and what makes them successful versus a plastics treaty, which could have stemmed yet more microplastics ending up in our oceans. And yeah, I think that's it. I wasn't keeping a super close eye on the time to split among all three of us. But yeah, that's all I have.
Holly.
Yes. Good job, Julie. Hello, everyone. My name's Holly. Oh, let me click that over. And I'm here with a background that's very braided, but a braided background in Native American rights and science and education reform. And then I decided to go to law school to try to make it all be extra productive. So I was very fortunate that I was able to go, thanks to all the help in here, to COP29. One of the most powerful spaces I engaged in at COP29 in Baku with my team was the International Indigenous Peoples Forum for Climate Change, on climate change. So it's the IIPFCC, if that helps, just for your notes. Despite not being recognized as formal negotiating parties under the UNFCCC framework, the Indigenous delegates and their caucus from across the globe organized daily briefings, presented proposals. There was this incredible working group that I got to follow as well in many different spaces. Some were in negotiation tracks and some were in the textual language and adaptation and amendments to language that's in Article 6. As well as I got to monitor negotiations to that ensure voices that are heard and to be heard in the future development of global climate policy. So in a way, my time at COP with the UMaine team was braiding Indigenous knowledge and traditional ecology and practices and science with climate policy, but then also human rights. And so in those spaces, you'll get to see a few more pictures. This is a loaded schedule that was just rich in everything you could think of, the most interactive of exhibits, as well as a platform of speech and forums that were to connect pretty much all continents and their representatives with a vocal space, as well as Tom Goldtooth from the Indigenous Environmental Network that I got to have coffee with, and I thought at first I wouldn't even be able to connect to them. It was so busy. and also a little bit of civil society that you can see with the phase out fossil fuels, hint, hint, wink, wink. And so at the heart of their advocacy, and what I mean is in that solidarity of everyone in the grassroots work that goes to COP almost every single year, and especially since 2015, is Article 6. And you can kind of hear a reverb on Nix the 6, if you get what's going on with that. Particularly the push to safeguard Indigenous rights in the carbon markets. And what this means is that within the working groups that represent or are part of or shifting in the IIP FCC, this raises serious concerns about the risks that the markets pose to Indigenous territories and livelihoods. And something, as I was listening to Dr. Lawson, I believe, speaking, representing, Northeastern work and co-stewardship with Wabanaki lands, predating Maine, and everything that would be in that science and thread work of national parks co-stewardship is a beautiful example of a global goal that hopefully can be obtained within our future of that type of work in policy. It's really hard though when it's not under jurisdictional battles or in jurisdictional battles that we see even here in the US. And so that demanded full, effective, and direct participation of all the decision-making processes, as well as the integration of, if you want to remember it as this FPIC, which is free, prior, and informed consent, into every state of climate and finance mechanisms. And so if you ever want to reach out to me and discuss a little bit more of what that framework looks like, or if you're ever in a space that is a project that might be getting launched or spoken to an Indigenous group or a frontline community, if you just think of like what could be in your toolkit or your back pocket, think of that about free, prior, informed consent mechanisms. Does that party know, what is actually going on with a potential project, especially one related to carbon markets? Was there enough time for them to process what's being pitched to them? Does the language even make sense, or is there a lot of language barrier? And is any coercion occurring at all before consent? And through panels in these working groups and grassroots coordination, the IIP FCC demonstrated what real climate leadership looks like, grounded in traditional knowledge, cultural stewardship, and a deep understanding of ecological balance. These efforts are not only vital to Indigenous communities, but essential to the success and integrity of global climate governance. And as COP29 made more clear, especially since 2015, there can be no just transition without Indigenous people, not as observers, but in solidarity as equal partners at tables in the path moving forward, and not only under the impacts that are immediate right now to communities, but into the sustainability of future population livelihood. Thank you. You can reach all of our blogs at this QR code, including our other team.
If you have any questions, I would encourage you to bring them to the speakers after our final group to present. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our final presentation for this session will be Professor Matsinski, Sarah, and Clea, who will be presenting on the Week 2 delegation to the COP29 Climate Accords.
No team dynamic here. Come on. Week 2. As you can see, I'm Professor Nick Masinski at SPIA, School for Policy and International Affairs and Political Science here at UMaine, along with Sarah and Clea. We went for the second week to Baku and explored different topics. I'm going to present on a paper that I published based on the research at Baku on why the climate, the finance COP in Baku missed the mark. I can send it along. It's an article that was published at the Carnegie Endowment. And our question really builds on the same question that Haley was bringing up, which was, how did this finance agreement actually deliver, right? And really the question was, if we're going to update and pay for finance, adaptation, mitigation, and loss and damages, who's going to pay, right? And if we're building on Haley's presentation, the Paris Agreement said it should be about 100 billion each year. We never got to that until 2022, 1 year that we got it, but it wasn't enough. And the G77 and China demanded coming in that there should be 1.7 trillion every year. As you can see on the left, a big gap there. The contentious agreements, the things that Haley argued, they came out of it with the agreement of 300 billion per year after this by 2035. My research and argument was based on talking to policymakers and other delegations at the agreement, and they said, great, we're obsessed with the quantum meaning the scale. But what about all the other questions that are about the unpacking what finance actually is? And here I go into the different types of questions that those are, right? When you think about financing in climate change, it can be something towards mitigation versus adaptation. Currently, if you look at the balance between that, it's currently at 70% in mitigation versus 30% in adaptation. In the Paris Agreement and other agreements since then, it's been calls to have it more balanced. Well, 70% is nowhere near balanced, right? And in the Baku Agreement, they don't articulate how and when that will change. And of course, the Global South argues that adaptation is much more important for them in adjusting that. And so focusing on mitigation doesn't really acknowledge that their needs are being left out. The second area, when you think about finance, is about how you're going to pay for this. Is it coming through public finance or through private finance, right? Public meaning governments funding this and governments actually paying for it, or through banks and multilateral banks or commercial and foreign direct investment. Again, Baku Agreement doesn't really articulate how that's going to happen. It's sort of a throw everything at the wall scenario. And in fact, many of the initiatives, even coming from the Global South, emphasize that there's no way we can get to that big $1 trillion mark if we only look at public finance. So that most of the measures include private, although the private schemes don't actually get what you want either. The third area that I emphasize is that there's a big difference between grants, which don't have to be repaid, and loans. And there's a huge climate justice argument here that if you're going to ask the Global South to take out trillions of dollars of climate finance loans, and they're going to have to pay them back, you're asking them to go into debt for climate change that they didn't essentially cause, right? And so the climate justice question is, who should actually be paying this in loans and grants? And there again, Baku doesn't give you an answer. They actually mostly are pushing loans. With that, I'll say that even though this was the climate, the finance COP, it seems like every COP in the future is also going to be a finance COP. So you can expect this negotiation to happen again, again, and again. So I'll hand it over now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Clea Harrelson. I'm a second-year PhD student in the anthropology department. I also attended COP, and I was drawn to COP to answer this question about resilience, how it's animated in global spaces like COP29, and how that relates to my own dissertation work in Newfoundland and Maine relating to lobster industries and how people are envisioning their futures. And I'll note here that I'm imagining resilience more as a process rather than like a specific outcome or product of a definition, and how it's brought to life by the values and knowledge and actors that are in this particular space. So a few of the key takeaways among many lessons learned by attending this kind of like massive, overwhelming event, right, are that people resist and have many things going on in this space all at the same time. So there's a sort of narrative that COP in general is dominated by global North narratives, right? And there's truth to that, right? There's a lot of power to be held by countries who come to the table with money and these leveraging tools. And also country delegates from actors of the Global South and countries that have historically had a weaker position in spaces like this use all sorts of tools to advance their own agenda, essentially, right? And the first one I want to talk about is just non-cooperative behavior. And this is, in my view of this COP29 process, one of the ways it showed up was really about the pace of negotiations. Right? So it's not even the outcome of negotiations or even the final language, it's the pace at which the process happened can be a site of resilience making, right? Slowing down negotiations is one way to disrupt this sort of urgency of climate action or calls for climate action that is really dominant in our conversations about how we're planning for climate change. And also there's instances in which advancing their agenda more quickly together by working cooperatively is really important. People are also imagining resilience at vastly different ends of this spectrum of, in some ways, sort of maybe reproducing business as usual practices of resilience, some of the language around loss and damage funds and things that you may have heard other people talk about, have some of this flavor of kind of ongoing little technological solutions to keep momentum in a way and going in a way that's ultimately not disrupting the status quo. And also there are people doing incredible collaborative brainstorming and relationship building at these events that's wholly different, and it's happening at the same time. So really want to push back against that narrative that it's just this one thing, or that it's just a failure because of the products themselves, which I think is also true. It's just that there's a lot going on in the background. And then this idea of counter accumulation is just that, I witnessed in some of these actual negotiation rooms, people having all sorts of relationships beyond the transactional, right? There's all sorts of gift economies, reciprocities, and really deep relationships and visions for collaborative futures that are also happening in these spaces. All of this feeds into my future work, thinking about lobstering communities in Maine, temporality, that pace of climate change that we see show up in different places at different times, the creativity and disruptions that are happening at different edges of these conversations, and the relationships and the kind of obligation people really feel towards each other. All I think I have lessons and ways that attending COP helped me tune into these things better, and then I'll be able to advance research here in this region by learning from those things. And just to thank you to the people who helped fund us, and I'll pass it to Sarah.
Thank you, Clea. So I'm Sarah, and I'm a master's student in the School of Policy and International Affairs, and I was interested in gender at COP29. So a great example that I found about this was the way in which Bangladesh talked about it through their negotiators in side events, and specifically these gendered outcomes. There's two sort of ways to think about gender in a COP space in terms of representation and in terms of gendered impacts of climate change. And I was interested in the gendered impacts of climate change. And several of these events they had really highlighted the ways in which these come through in terms of disease and reproductive health, and how that is very gendered for women. And education and social vulnerability were particularly interesting in following climate disasters. There was an increase in Bangladesh in girls leaving school, and an increase in child marriage by about 39%, which are very measurable ways to find this outcome. And those are being done as adaptation measures, as a way to address what's happening when you lose your livelihood and you do need more people to help out in a family. And then also in this migration side, a phenomenon that was found was men leaving the home after these climate disasters and going to more urban areas. And as a result, women were left with a larger responsibility at home in these climate disaster areas. So this left me with a good question of how did this relate to actual negotiations? So there were two areas of this. One was in the Lima work program, which is about the representation side of things. This was extended for another 10 years and had some elements added to it. But more interesting, I think, was the global stocktake, which was something that I was able to follow more closely in negotiations, which is about how we're measuring the Paris Agreement contributions. And an aspect of this was if gender should be included or not included. And I was interested in South Asia because the Bangladesh example was one side of that, India was another side. And initially in week one in the subsidiary bodies, India pushed for gender inclusion and this language of wanting to be able to measure gendered impacts as well as having a gendered side of representation. However, in week two in the negotiations, this was entirely absent, and GST ultimately did not come to a resolution during this COP. And India was a massive side of pushing against that, and one of those key elements was gender. So that switch is interesting in that we have this happening of this is being talked about, this is being measured. We have studies now that we can figure out how this is happening. Yet when it comes to actual negotiations, there is still a big pushback. At the beginning of COP, the COP29 presidency had no women involved in the actual presidency, and following backlash, that did change a bit. So there is this happening underneath, but I think this is an interesting element to consider. And that is all I have for gender in COP29. Thank you.
If you have any questions for the speakers, I would encourage you to find them right about now, actually. That was our final presentation for this particular session. Directly after this, there is a poster session right outside, and but cash bar, yes, no, it's on the thing. I don't know if it's actually anybody. Pretty sure. So I would strongly encourage you to go and check it out and ask some of the students what's up with their posters. Thank you so much.